Hey guys, tonight we are doing something a little more uncomfortable. We're visiting a medieval surgery table, not as a doctor, not even as an assistant holding the bucket. No, tonight, you're the patient. You wake on a narrow cot, wrapped in wool, sweating through it. Your leg throbs, the kind of throb that pulses in time with your heartbeat, like your body is playing its own percussion section, and not a gentle one. Your head is foggy, your stomach queasy, and your mouth tastes like old wood and boiled onions. There's a draft in the room. The walls are stone, damp. Somewhere nearby, someone's sharpening a blade. Welcome to the barber surgeon's workshop. And no, you probably won't survive this. Not in the clean, modern, stitch you up and give you ice chips kind of way. Not when the man in charge owns more razors than books. And his idea of hygiene involves waving rosemary over the tools and calling it a prayer. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And, hey, while you're here, drop a comment with your local time and where you're listening from. I love seeing how far this weird little sleepy history journey reaches. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You try to sit up, but your leg screams in protest. Something's wrong. You knew it yesterday, maybe even the day before. But now the swelling has reached comical proportions, and your knee is the color of an overripe plum. The workshop around you is cluttered in a way that feels deliberate. There's a long wooden table in the center, stained and worn, with leather straps nailed into the sides. You really hope those aren't for you. On the wall, iron tools hang in neat rows. Hooks, saws, blades, things with names you don't want to learn. A few gleam dully in the morning light. A few are still sticky. The air smells like wood smoke, dried herbs, and something else. Metallic. Familiar in the way that makes your stomach turn. Someone clears their throat. You turn slowly and meet the eyes of the barber surgeon. He's a wiry man with sleeves rolled to the elbows, arms dusted with flour, or maybe powdered bone, and a leather apron that has definitely seen better days. His hair is tied back, his beard trimmed unevenly, and he's smiling. The kind of smile that means, I'm about to help, but not in the way you want. Ah, he says, cheerful. You're awake, and just in time. We're going to take a look at that leg. You try to ask a question, but your throat is dry. He moves closer, kneels beside the cot, and pokes your shin. The pain is instant. Your vision goes white at the edges. He hums. Tender. You don't scream, but only because you're trying not to pass out. Historically, barber surgeons handled everything from haircuts to amputations. They were the accessible alternative to university-trained physicians who didn't like touching actual bodies. The barbers, however, very much did, and they had the tools to prove it. Historians still argue whether they were practical heroes or deeply underqualified improvisers with great PR. Your barber surgeon stands up, wipes his hands on a rag, and calls to the back room. Get the kit ready. We'll need the bone rasp today. You don't like the sound of that. A woman walks in, carrying a tray. She nods at you. sets down a pitcher of something steaming, and begins humming a lullaby. You're not comforted. The surgeon returns with a rolled leather pouch, which he unfurls like a magician preparing a particularly gruesome trick. Inside, blades of various sizes, pincers, tweezers, and what looks suspiciously like a miniature pitchfork. You're suddenly completely aware of your leg, the heat, the swelling, the way the skin looks tight enough to split. You're not going anywhere. The surgeon pats your arm. "Don't worry," he says. "We've done this before. A few times. Well, once. Successfully." He chuckles. "You don't?" He gestures to the woman, who begins sorting the tools. A kettle boils over a fire. You realize, with dread, that it's not for tea. The surgeon ties a cloth around his nose, not for sanitation, just to keep the smell at bay. He pulls a stool close to your leg and says, "Let's see what's rotting today." And with that, your medieval medical journey begins. The tools are already on the table. You can't look away. You want to look away, but your eyes keep drifting back to the wood slab where the tools lie, each one nestled into a little groove like it belongs there, which is disturbing because no one should ever feel at home with that many saws. The table itself is worn smooth by years of use. Bloodstains have long since seeped into the grain, turning parts of it an unsettling shade somewhere between chestnut and dried beetroot. You can even see little notches along the edge, like someone once carved tally marks to keep score. The tools are laid out in a sequence, probably meaningful to the surgeon, but to you, it's just a lineup of bad choices. There's the bone saw, which is surprisingly small, almost delicate. Its teeth are fine and curved, like the blade of a carpenter who got tired of making furniture and decided to specialize in legs. Next to it, a hook, used, you assume, to pull things out of you. Then, a set of forceps that look suspiciously like fireplace tongs. Then the knife, no flourishes, no gleaming surgical steel, just a short, thick blade with a handle wrapped in linen. It's nicked, stained, too familiar. Alric, the apprentice, walks in holding a bucket and whistling cheerfully. You hate him a little. He sets the bucket down with a slosh. You don't ask what's inside. The surgeon joins him, holding a cloth bundle. He unwraps it carefully, reverently, like a priest handling relics. Inside are more tools, needles, thread, tiny scissors, and a strange metal scoop. He sees you staring. "Curious, are we?" he says, beaming. "Excellent. It's good to be curious about your own surgery." You manage a sound that's somewhere between a laugh and a whimper. He gestures to the knife. This one's a favorite. Walnut handle, balanced nicely. I used it last week on a boil the size of an apple. He pauses, remembering fondly. Exploded beautifully. Historically, surgical tools in the Middle Ages were often handmade by local blacksmiths or reused between patients. The concept of sterilization wasn't known, though some surgeons did wipe blades on vinegar-soaked rags, partly for cleaning, partly for show. Historians still argue whether the arrangement of tools on the table had symbolic meaning, or was just a sign of professional pride. The surgeon picks up the scoop and holds it to the candlelight. "This," he says, "is for removing corrupted tissue." He taps the rim. If it sings, it's ready. It doesn't sing, but it glints. He turns to Alric. "Have we boiled the linens?" "Yes." Alric says, "Well, boiled-ish. You groan. The surgeon notices. I know. It's a lot to take in. But don't worry. The more frightening the tool, the quicker the job. You wish that were comforting. He leans over and inspects your leg again. His fingers prod around the swelling. You bite your lip. Then he nods. We'll lance it first, then check the bone. Lance it first. You want to object, to ask for time, to ask if maybe you've misbehaved in some spiritual way, and this is punishment. But you're already here, and they've already laid the tools out. You shift your gaze away from the table, looking instead at the rafters above. They're low, shadowed, with herbs drying from twine loops, sage, rosemary, thyme. It smells comforting up there. You focus on that until you hear the clink of metal on metal. The surgeon is sharpening the knife again. A few quick strokes, a test along his thumbnail. He nods in satisfaction. I sharpen everything before each procedure, he says, like it's a hospitality feature. Even if it was just used yesterday. He picks up a square of cloth and sets it beside your head. Bite this. You don't ask why. You take it, gently. He lifts the knife and moves closer. Don't worry, he says again. It'll be fast. Alric is holding your leg now. The table creaks as the weight shifts. Your mouth is dry. Your fingers dig into the sides of the bench, and the tools, lined up neatly beside you, wait their turn. The surgeon smells like rosemary and iron. It's an odd combination. One warm and herbal, the other cold and metallic. But that's exactly what you breathe in as he leans over your leg. Sleeves rolled, blade in hand. The rosemary is from the bundle tied at his belt. A tradition more rooted in superstition than sanitation. The iron, that's just him. He hums quietly as he works, which you decide is either meant to relax you or him. It doesn't work for either. You try not to flinch as he touches your swollen knee again. His fingers are surprisingly gentle, too gentle, like someone checking ripeness on a fruit they're about to cut open. Not the worst infection I've seen, he says cheerfully. Not the best, either. Somewhere in the middle, like a Tuesday. You don't reply. Your jaw is clamped around the cloth he gave you. It tastes like dust and someone else's fear. Alric reappears with a flask. Chamomile wine, he says. Won't help much, but might fuzz the edges. You take a swig. It's warm, herbal, and nearly undrinkable, but you drink all of it anyway. The edges of the room soften, just slightly. The surgeon reaches for the knife, the walnut-handled one he seems to love. He gives it a quick wipe with a rag that might once have been white, then glances at you with something like genuine concern. I won't lie to you, he says. This will hurt. Then he grins. A lot. You nod stiffly. Historically, medieval surgeons operated without anesthetic. Pain was expected, sometimes embraced, as part of the healing process. Alcohol, opiates, or herbal sedatives like mandrake were occasionally used, but rarely available in the necessary amounts. Historians still argue whether pain tolerance was culturally conditioned or simply endured out of necessity. He rests a hand on your thigh and cuts. It's not a stab, not a quick slice, more like a deliberate parting of cloth. The first sensation is sharp, like a crack of lightning across the skin. Then comes heat, then something deeper. You grip the bench, the cloth in your mouth turning slick with saliva. and something close to panic. You groan. A long, guttural sound. Not a scream, but not far. He doesn't stop. He hums. The blade glides again. Blood pools fast, thick and dark. Alric mops it with rags. One falls to the floor and is kicked aside. Forgotten. The surgeon tilts your leg gently. There we are. Yes? See that gray edge? That's necrosis. Dead tissue. It's got to go. You really didn't want to see that. He sets the knife down and grabs the scoop. You don't want to know what it's for. But now you do know what it feels like to have something scraped out of your body. It's a grinding, jerking sensation. Deep. Raw. Your leg doesn't know whether to go numb or scream. So it does both. Your vision swims. Alric mutters. Still with us? You nod. Or maybe just wobble. The scraping continues. Then, heat. A metal rod, glowing orange, appears in your peripheral vision. No, no, you try to say, but the words are thick and buried in cotton and pain. The surgeon speaks gently. We cauterize now. Quick, just once. He doesn't wait for consent. The iron touches your skin, and you finally scream. It's the kind of sound you didn't know you had in you, the kind that empties the lungs, that makes your ears ring, that feels like something clawing its way out of your chest. Then it's over. Smoke curls up from your leg. You smell meat. You wish you didn't know that. Alric pats your forehead with a wet cloth. You lie back, every muscle trembling. The surgeon is already humming again. He wipes his hands on the apron. Very good. That's the worst of it. He means for you, not for him. He still has stitching to do. You close your eyes, not from sleep, but from something else. Shock. Maybe. Disbelief. A deep and aching urge to forget this ever happened. The surgeon lifts needle and thread. You feel the first prick, and somehow you're still here, bloodletting before breakfast. You would think, after having a knife dragged through your leg and a piece of metal roasted against your flesh, that the worst is behind you. It is not. The surgeon, bright-eyed and suspiciously chipper after a short nap and a bowl of oats, has decided today is the perfect time to balance your humors. You know this because he says it out loud while setting up a bowl and a knife you recognize far too well. Too much black bile, he mutters, glancing at your chart, though it's unclear whether anything is written on it. Could explain the swelling, or the smell, or your general mood. You give him a look that says, please stop diagnosing me and let me recover. But he's already unrolling the bloodletting kit. Yes, it's a kit. A nice leather pouch, with velvet lining and at least 4 blades of varying lengths. One is so small, it looks like it's made for mice. Another looks like it belongs in a butcher's stall. Alric is eating a pear and offers you a bite. You decline. Left arm today, the surgeon says, already lifting your sleeve. We'll just take a little. Let the bad blood go. The rest of you should feel better after. You want to protest that the rest of you currently includes a stitched and scorched thigh, and that maybe you need all the blood you've got, but you're too tired to argue, too lightheaded already. Historically, bloodletting was a cornerstone of medieval medicine, based on the ancient theory of humors. Blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Doctors believed that illness came from imbalance, and removing blood was a way to reset the body. Historians still argue whether bloodletting ever did anything beneficial, or simply made patients weak enough to stop complaining. The surgeon ties a cloth tightly around your upper arm. Your fingers tingle. He positions a brass bowl beneath your elbow. Now, when I say go, you don't hear go. You just feel the sting. It's surprisingly sharp, not a deep cut, but clean. The blood flows quickly, dark and warm. It hits the bowl with soft liquid slaps. Alric hums as he counts drops under his breath, like it's some sort of game. Don't want to take too much, the surgeon says. Just enough to lighten the load. You feel lighter already, but not in a good way. A slight dizziness creeps in. The walls shift. You blink slowly. Just another moment, he says. You try to speak, but it comes out slurred. The bowl is nearly half full when he nods and presses a cloth to the cut. He lifts your arm and holds it up, then wraps it tightly with a bandage that smells faintly of garlic. There, he says. You'll feel better soon. You don't. But the bleeding has stopped. He removes the bowl, carries it across the room, and pours its contents into a larger basin, alongside yesterday's extractions. You presume. Alric appears again, holding what looks like a muffin. Want something to eat? You nod weakly. He hands it to you. It's dry. Hard. Probably 2 days old. But you chew it anyway, because it gives your jaw something to do other than tremble. The surgeon pulls out a parchment scroll and begins jotting notes, symbols and abbreviations you can't read. He glances at your leg, gives a satisfied little then adds a smiley face in the corner. You really hope that's decorative. He rises. Rest for now. We'll see how the wound's doing later. Maybe a poultice, maybe more wine. He leaves the room. Alric follows, whistling again. And you lie there, bandaged, stitched, lightheaded, and chewing dry muffin crumbs like a champion. There is blood on your sleeve. The sun is rising higher through the window, casting a gentle glow across the stained floorboards. You close your eyes, not to sleep, but just to stop seeing things for a moment. The workshop is quiet, except for your pulse. It's still here, still beating, still yours. You're tied to the table, gently. At first, they say it's just a precaution. We've had a few patients thrash about during the dressing changes, the surgeon explains, cheerfully unspooling a length of linen rope. Nothing personal, of course. It's really for your safety. You eye the rope skeptically. Alric tries to help by chiming in. Last week, a man kicked over the candle stand and nearly set his beard on fire. Poor soul still smells like tallow. That's not comforting. You glance toward the door, briefly imagining a heroic escape. But then your leg twitches, and pain shoots up through your hip like lightning wrapped in vinegar. Nope. No escaping today. So you nod. The table is the same one from earlier. Broad, splintered, and stained in a way that suggests a very long relationship with bodily fluids. This time, though, it's been freshly dusted. The surgeon claims it's because he respects his work. You suspect it's because someone threw up last night. Alric helps you ease onto it. Just lie back, arms out, if you please. You comply, mostly because you're too weak to argue. The linen bindings go around your wrists first, not tight, not cruel, just there. The same way a saddle cinches around a horse. Familiar. Practical. There we go, the surgeon says, testing the knot like he's securing a bundle of carrots. Not too tight. Yes. We don't want your hands turning blue. Then come the ankle ties. One around the good leg, one around the wounded one, gently looped around the wooden leg of the table for stability. Stability. Right. Historically, physical restraint during surgery was the norm, and not just because anesthesia wasn't available. Surgeons often had assistants, or strong townsfolk, hold patients down by force. Some more refined practices used belts, ropes, or straps. Historians still argue whether this was more humane or simply more efficient than letting people flail mid-procedure. You test the bindings. Not that you plan to run, just checking. The surgeon pats your shoulder. Excellent. Now, I'm going to clean the wound again and replace the bandage. You might feel some pulling. You nod, jaw clenched. He starts humming again. Something folksy. Alric brings a bowl of warm water, a rag, and a bundle of herbs tied in string. It smells like mint, vinegar, and last month's laundry. The cloth presses to your leg, and suddenly you remember why the ropes are there. You jerk involuntarily. The ropes hold. The pain is sharp, bright, not the slicing agony of yesterday, but a new kind. Raw, awake, irritated. The kind that says, this is healing, technically, but we're going to make it unpleasant just so you don't forget. Alric keeps murmuring things like, there we go, and nearly done, and oof, that's a lot of ooze, none of which helps. Then the surgeon starts picking at the stitching. You shout, not a scream, but a sharp, vowel-shaped protest. He says, peering closely. Swelling's down, color's improving, bit of pus, but that's the good kind. You blink through the haze. There's a good kind? Oh, yes, he says brightly. They call it laudable pus. If it's thick and white, we celebrate. Means the body's trying. It's the thin, dark stuff you have to worry about. That's when the demons are having a party, Alric adds. Also smells worse. Thanks. Alric. The dressing is finally changed. The wound is packed with something that looks suspiciously like moss and smells like garlic and spoiled milk. You're told this will draw out the heat. The bindings stay on a little longer, just in case you get squirmy again. You don't. You're too tired. The surgeon checks your pulse, which he does by pinching your wrist and counting aloud with exaggerated eyebrow movements. You're pretty sure he's making up numbers. Still ticking, he says, satisfied. I'll check again at sunset. You manage a dry, raspy whisper. You're leaving me tied up? He raises one finger. Only for another hour. Standard practice. Alric smiles. We can bring you soup. You sigh. The surgeon disappears into the hallway, already calling for more linens. Alric busies himself, cleaning tools with a questionable cloth. You lie there, arms gently bound, leg bandaged in herbs, torso chilled from the wet compress. You stare at the ceiling beam above you and count the knots in the wood. 1, 2, 3. The world slows, and the table doesn't feel quite as terrifying now. It's still uncomfortable, still vaguely damp, but at least it's holding you up. They say a prayer and begin anyway. The chapel bell hasn't rung, but the surgeon mutters a small blessing under his breath all the same. It's not dramatic. No angels descend. No light glows softly from the ceiling. It's just a quick prayer, tucked between arranging tools and checking the tightness of your wrist strap. Lord, guide the blade and spare the blood, he says, almost like he's reciting an old proverb or a recipe. Then he begins again. No anesthesia, no numbness, just your body tied to the table, and a man with a knife who thinks prayer counts as prep. You're not sure what he's doing now. You don't want to ask. You feel the pressure, though, a gentle probing at the edge of your wound. He's checking for heat, maybe infection, or maybe he just enjoys poking things. Looks like it's starting to settle, he says. But I want to remove a bit more. You don't like that sentence. Alric appears again. This time with a small wooden bowl filled with something green and mushy. Herbal mash, he says, warming. Keeps the edges soft. Smells a bit like feet. It does. But you nod anyway. The surgeon scoops the mash with a bent spoon and smears it along the side of the wound. It's warm, sticky, and not entirely awful, until he presses down. Pain shoots up through your hip like lightning chasing a mouse. You grunt. The cloth is gone from your mouth today, so the sound escapes freely. Almost done. The surgeon lies. Then he grabs the clamp. Historically, wound clamps were crude metal tools used to pinch skin and hold it steady during cuts or closures. They looked like pliers, but were treated more like hopeful extensions of the surgeon's hands. Historians still argue whether they were helpful or simply gave surgeons something to do while improvising solutions. You hear the clamp click into place, then the blade returns. This time, it's a smaller knife, curved, designed for finesse, apparently. The surgeon hums again, something about a hair and a fiddle. You brace, and again. It begins. He slices delicately this time, around the inflamed tissue near the edge of your stitched wound. You don't feel the blade directly. You feel the pull, the tug, the warmth that blooms into pain like a flower you never asked to grow. Alric watches quietly, dabbing your forehead every so often. At some point, someone brings in a pot of herbs and sets it to boil near the fire. The steam fills the room, mingling with the scent of rosemary and blood. The surgeon pauses. Bit of bleeding, he mutters. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. Expected. He grabs a square of linen, dips it in wine, and presses it down. Hard. You yell. Alric hums along with the surgeon's tune now. It doesn't help. After a few moments, the pressure eases. The surgeon leans back, breathing slightly harder now. There, he says. Clean edges. Nothing spoiled. He begins restitching, carefully, quickly. The needle goes in, out, in, out. You clench your fists every time. It feels like being nibbled on by fireflies with bad attitudes. You stare at the rafters again. This time, there's a spider building a web between two beams. You watch it. It helps. The final stitch is done. The surgeon ties it with a flourish, like he's wrapping a gift. Alric claps once, softly. Nicely done. The surgeon bows slightly. You exhale. One long, trembling breath. Then you realize your hands are still tied. They untie you now, gently, like unwrapping something fragile. Your wrists are red. Your arms limp. The surgeon takes your hand. Good work, he says. Most patients faint. You didn't. You want to say because I couldn't, but your mouth just opens and closes uselessly. Alric brings you broth. You sip. It's salty. Too hot. But glorious. The surgeon wipes his tools clean again, carefully setting each back in its place. He pauses at the blade, gives it one last inspection, then slides it into the leather pouch with a satisfied sigh. He whispers something to it, maybe another prayer, or a thank you. Then he turns to you. You rest now. The worst is behind you. You nod faintly and wonder quietly, how many more worsts can there be? The good pain is just starting. You're off the table now, back on the cot, but nothing feels like rest. Everything aches. Not just the wound, though that's certainly the loudest complaint, but your entire body, as if all the fear and effort not to scream have left your muscles with some kind of medieval hangover. Your leg throbs in waves, a deep, heavy kind of pain that feels organized, rhythmic, like your body has developed its own horrible metronome. Alric checks on you every so often, gently lifting the blanket and peeking at the bandages like he's inspecting a cake. Still dry? He mutters. Good. You ask if he's ever seen a leg like this before. He nods. Worse, too. A man from the tannery had his calf open like a pouch of grain. Recovered fine. Walked with a bit of a wobble, but married twice. You don't know whether that's reassuring or terrifying. The surgeon comes in shortly after, holding what appears to be a lute. Oh no, you whisper. Yes, he says. It's time. For what? Therapy. Which, in this case, involves light movement of the leg, flexing the ankle, shifting the knee slightly, while being serenaded. I find singing relaxes the humors, he says brightly, and distracts from the discomfort. You brace yourself. He begins strumming. The tune is simple, a folk melody about a goose who falls in love with a wheelbarrow. You try to focus on the lyrics. You want to focus on the lyrics, but then he lifts your leg. Not much, just a few inches, and your entire body seizes. Good, he says cheerfully. That means the blood is moving again. You grit your teeth. Isn't that what we don't want? Oh no, he replies. We do want circulation. Stagnant limbs become angry. Angry limbs rot. Historically, post-surgical care was minimal, but strangely inventive. Some surgeons did believe in mild movement to stimulate healing, though there was no standardized method. Singing, on the other hand, was not typical medical protocol. Historians still argue whether music in recovery was a sincere attempt at therapy or just a way to drown out screaming. He plucks a few more strings. Alric joins in with clapping. You weep silently into your pillow. After the song, your surgeon begins gently massaging the area around the bandages, his fingers pressing into the skin like someone trying to knead sense into dough. It hurts. Not sharply, not suddenly, just constantly. You should feel pain, he says, still rubbing. It tells us you're still present. Can I be less present? He laughs. You don't. Then comes the clamping again. Not the same steel tool. This time it's strips of linen soaked in vinegar, wrapped tight around your thigh to help draw the ache upward and out. You ask where exactly it's supposed to go. Into the air, Alric says, or the rafters. Pain likes height. You stare at him. He shrugs. I don't make the rules. The surgeon presses on a spot just above your knee. Hard. You bark out a sound that might be a curse in 3 different languages. Alric claps again. That's the healing talking. The worst part? They seem genuinely happy. To them, this is all progress. You haven't fainted. Your bandages haven't soaked through. You haven't coughed up anything black or green. And that laudable pus? Still there. Still beautiful. You close your eyes and try to imagine a world without pain, without goose songs, without clapping. But instead, you imagine tomorrow's treatment and the day after. Because this awful, throbbing, humming ache is apparently the good part, the good pain, the healing pain. And you get to feel all of it. The apothecary offers a pouch of moss. It's nearly sunset when she arrives, wrapped in layered linen, fingers stained from herbs, and hair braided so tightly it might count as armor. She walks into the room like she owns the place, which, judging by the way Alric shuffles out of her path, she probably does. Don't move, she says, without looking at you. You weren't planning to. She sets down a basket that smells like 6 different kinds of forest, then begins unpacking her wares. Tiny cloth bundles, clay pots with cork stoppers, a large roll of soft, dark green moss tied with a string. She lays them out on the table where the surgeon's tools sat earlier, turning the once bloody altar of slicing into a fragrant buffet of swamp textures. The surgeon returns, nodding in approval. Excellent. You'll like this bit. You doubt that very much. Wound's clean, he says, gesturing to your leg. Let's keep it that way. The apothecary finally looks at you. Her eyes are kind, but sharp. You can tell she's already decided what's wrong with you beyond the hole in your leg. You're pale, she says. I've bled. You reply. She nods. Fair. Then she grabs the moss. It's damp, springy, and smells like wet bark. She presses a chunk into your palm. This, she says, is sphagnum. It draws out rot and holds the heat in. You'll want to scream when it touches raw skin. You blink. I don't want to scream. You will anyway. She's right. The moment the moss presses against your wound, your spine tries to escape your body. It burns, not sharply, but deeply, like your nerves have been doused in vinegar and left to marinate. She ties the poultice in place with a crisscross of linen and a final tug that makes your teeth ache. Done, she says, already moving on. You lie there, eyes wide, fists clenched. The surgeon pats your shoulder. Told you she was good. Alric reappears with a mug of something murky. It's from her, too, he says. Drink. Might dull the edge. You sniff it. It smells like mint, dirt, and boiled shoes. You drink it anyway. Historically, medieval apothecaries prepared everything from painkillers to potions to vague placebo soups. Moss was genuinely used as a wound dressing. It absorbed fluid and had mild antibacterial properties. Historians still argue whether their treatments were based more on science or superstition, or just whatever hadn't already been fed to the pigs. The apothecary hands the surgeon a smaller pouch. For fevers, she says, steep it, twice daily. If his tongue turns black, stop. You groan. That's rare, she adds, and exits. She's gone as quickly as she arrived, leaving only the scent of pine needles and judgment. The room grows quieter. The surgeon starts sorting through her herbs, muttering about how the chamomile keeps getting swapped with marigold. Alric sits beside you and offers a candied fig, which you accept purely out of politeness. The moss compress settles into its rhythm now, throbbing in time with your heartbeat. It's not pleasant, but it feels like it's doing something, drawing something out, holding something in, maybe both. You ask, do people usually live through this? Alric shrugs. You're doing better than the man with the boil. His leaked sideways. You don't ask for details. Instead, you lie back against your pillow and let the moss do its terrible, tingly work. You focus on the herbal tea sloshing in your stomach, on the flickering of the candle, on the soft sound of linen being folded nearby. You feel wrecked, but you also feel alive. Somehow, like your body, battered and stitched and wrapped in bark, is beginning to turn the corner. Not fast, not comfortably, but step by uncomfortable, moss-soaked step. You might just be healing. Recovery involves leeches, cheese, and time. They don't warn you in advance. 1 minute you're resting quietly, enjoying the absence of blades, and the next, Alric strolls in, holding a clay jar with little air holes poked into the lid. He looks far too excited. They're lively today, he says. You ask, who? He pops the lid off. Wriggle. A leech pokes its head, or whatever passes for a head, out from the dark, wet interior, then withdraws again like it's shy. You wish it had stayed shy? Alric explains as he lifts one out with a wooden spoon. Just for circulation. Keeps things flowing. Prevents clots. They barely nibble. You stare in horror as he lowers the leech toward your leg, like he's applying a garnish. Historically, leeches were a standard part of medieval medicine, used not just for bloodletting, but to balance humors and draw out fevers or poison. Doctors swore by their ability to target inflamed tissue. Historians still argue whether they were effective or just stylish little vampires. The leech attaches with disturbing ease. You feel it immediately. Not pain, but the unsettling sensation of something alive clinging to you, feeding. It's like being hugged by a wet sock with ambition. 3 today, Alric says. Standard for the lower leg. You say. 3 seems like a lot. He shrugs and applies the next one. The surgeon strolls in mid-squirm and gives you a nod. Leeches, the quiet workers of medicine. You want to say something witty, but one of the leeches just wiggled, and all your brain cells are now devoted to ignoring that fact. The surgeon begins inspecting the wound again. The moss is still there, only now it's been replaced by a lighter wrap, soaked in vinegar and rosemary. You smell like a salad, but he seems pleased. No fever, he notes. No black streaks, no unusual swelling. All good signs, Alric chimes in. And he only swore twice during the last sponge bath. The surgeon chuckles. Even better. Then, unexpectedly, he pulls out a wooden board with a wheel of cheese on it. You blink. Strong bone comes from strong food, he says, slicing off a thick wedge. Restorative diet begins now. The cheese smells like something that lost a fight with a cellar. It's hard, waxy, and definitely older than you. You take a bite. It crumbles like gravel, but tastes strangely rich, sharp, nutty, like it's trying to apologize for the leeches by being the opposite of moist and wriggly. Ulrich adds a cup of broth and a small piece of dark rye bread to your tray. "This is the good stuff," he says. "Peasants get cabbage water, you get cheese." You're touched and a little afraid. The leeches are still there, still working. The surgeon checks your pulse again by pinching your wrist and watching your eyelid. You're not sure either is a valid method, but he seems confident. "Recovery will take time," he says. "No walking yet, but we'll get you to the stool by Thursday." You say, "That's ambitious." He smiles. "I'm an optimist." He leaves. Ulrich begins composing a song about leeches on the leg, which you pray never gains popularity. You rest your head back. The warmth of the broth spreads through you. The cheese settles like a stone, but a noble, healing stone. The bandages are dry. The room is quiet. The leeches are full. One detaches and falls into the jar with a wet plop. Ulrich beams. "She's done." You close your eyes, and somehow you sleep, not well, not deeply, but sleep nonetheless. And in that soft, moss-scented, cheese-lined haze of discomfort and survival, you begin to believe you might actually recover. Puss is a sign you're healing well. At least, that's what they tell you. You're not convinced. It's morning again. The sun filters through the window in that polite medieval way. Dim, dusty, as if it's checking to see if you're still alive before fully committing. The air smells like herbs, vinegar, and warm linen. Not unpleasant, but definitely clinical. You sit up slowly, very slowly, and peel back the edge of the blanket to glance at your bandaged leg. It's quiet now, less pulsing, less heat, just a dull ache and the ever-present crust of dried herbs clinging to your skin like mossy armor. Then comes the checkup. The surgeon arrives mid-mutter, holding a candle stub, a tiny iron probe, and a cup of something steaming. You don't ask what any of those things are for. You don't want to know. He kneels beside you and unwraps the linen with quick, practiced hands. Ulrich hovers nearby, chewing on what might be a piece of straw or a very stiff noodle. The bandage comes off. The wound is not lovely. Yellowish ooze clings to the stitches. The skin around the cut is pink, a little swollen, and smells vaguely like old garlic and damp shoes. You wince. You're ready for panic, for alarm, for leeches, but the surgeon just beams. "Oh, that's very fine," he says. "Textbook?" You blink. "It's leaking?" "Yes," he says. "Laudable pus, the best kind." He gestures to the glistening surface with pride, like he's admiring a roast goose. "See the consistency? Not runny, not dry. Rich, creamy, beautiful." Ulrich chimes in. "Smells a bit like stew." You do not thank him for that. Historically, laudable pus was celebrated by medieval physicians. They believed thick, white or yellow pus indicated that the wound was properly expelling bad humors and that healing was underway. Historians still argue whether this was rooted in ancient Greek medicine or simply wishful thinking passed down through generations of surprisingly enthusiastic ooze watchers. The surgeon dabs the edges of the wound with a cloth soaked in wine. You hiss through your teeth. "Don't be shy," he says. If it stings, that means the body's listening. Ulrich holds up a small pot of fresh moss. "More poultice?" The surgeon nods. "Add a little sage this time. We'll tempt the fever to stay away. You're not sure how tempting sage really is, but you nod anyway. Alric pats the moss into place with the care of someone tucking in a beloved pet. Then he wraps the wound again in linen, fresh, warm from the hearth, and faintly scented with thyme. You lie back with a sigh. The surgeon offers you the cup he brought in earlier. It's a thin broth, salted and sour, with floating bits of root and something that might have once been meat. You sip it carefully. Then the questions begin. Any dreams? He asks. You frown. I think so. Something about birds and a ladder. He nods seriously. Good. The body speaks in images. If you dream of climbing, it means your blood is rising. Alric adds, if you dream of sheep, that usually means hunger. You tell them you also dreamed of cheese. Both men nod like you've passed a test. Then we're on the right path, says the surgeon. He stands, stretches, and says, I'll check the leg again tonight. Let us know if the color changes. Blue is bad. Green is worrying. Black means we lost. You give him a look. He winks. Kidding. Probably. You settle back into your cot, adjusting your leg carefully, and stare at the ceiling beam again. The spider's gone now. Moved on to better architecture. Maybe. You breathe in slowly. The pain is still there. But it's more familiar now. Less of an enemy. More of a companion who complains, but doesn't leave. Your fingers trace the edge of the blanket. Outside, someone's chopping wood. Inside, Alric starts humming again, softly this time. And beneath the bandage, the wound quietly oozes, a hopeful, pus-filled promise that you might just be on your way back to whole. You're visited by a wandering bone setter. You're halfway through a nap you didn't mean to take, drifting in and out of a broth-induced haze, when the door creaks open and someone says, Where's the one with the crooked leg? Alric's voice answers, muffled but unmistakable, still attached to it. A new voice chuckles. Not for long if that joint's out of place. You open your eyes. Standing at the foot of your cot is a man who looks like he's made entirely of elbows, tall, wiry, sunburnt, and carrying a leather satchel that jingles ominously when he moves. His beard is uneven. His hat has a feather. His smile is confident. Too confident. The surgeon appears in the doorway, frowning. He's recovering, slowly, with some stability. The bone setter waves him off. Stability's no excuse for laziness. I was in the area. Might as well check the alignment. He drops his bag onto the edge of your bed with a thump. It bounces. You wince, Alric whispers. Don't worry. He's mostly famous for not breaking things. Mostly. Historically, bone setters were freelance medics of sorts, traveling practitioners who fixed dislocations, treated fractures, and loudly declared themselves experts in the order of limbs. Some were respected. Others were enthusiastic amateurs. Historians still argue whether their work was life-saving, or just louder than the screaming it caused. The bone setter fishes out a long wooden rod, a leather strap, and a metal tool that looks like oversized tweezers. He wiggles your toes without warning. You yelp. Reflexes intact, he says, grinning. He then grabs your heel and gently, but firmly, rotates the leg outward. You shout, "Oh yes," he murmurs. Something's a little off. Joints stiff. Ligaments need love. You don't think ligaments want love from him? The surgeon mutters. He was stabbed, not trampled, but the bone setter's already preparing something with alarming speed. A cloth bundle goes under your knee, a strap around the ankle, a wooden brace slid underneath. Alric crouches beside you. Bite this. It's a chunk of root. You're not sure what plant. You don't ask. The bone setter stands over you, hands poised like a musician about to strike the opening chord. All right, he says. 3 options. I can pull it, press it, or twist it. You ask, which is least awful? He smiles. Depends on the weather. And before you can protest, he twists. There is a sound. It's not quite a crack, not quite a pop, more like a glorp, deep and internal. Something inside you shifts, disagreeably, but definitively. Then stillness. You blink. The pain flares, then recedes, not gone, but different. The bone setter lets go. He leans back. There. Joint was just out of place. Been pulling unevenly. You stare at him in disbelief. You could feel that? He shrugs. Been doing this since I was 8. Started with chickens. Moved up. You don't ask what was between chickens and people. He applies a compress to your knee, tightens the linen, and pats you on the shoulder like he's just tucked in a picnic. Then he's packing up. Keep the leg warm. No sudden turns. Don't sit cross-legged. And no dancing. You assure him that was not on the agenda. Alric thanks him with a hunk of bread and a small jar of lard. The bone setter whistles cheerfully and vanishes out the door, already calling for his mule. The room feels quieter afterward, like something chaotic just passed through and left behind. Alignment. The surgeon checks the leg, nods. Hate to say it, but he's not wrong. You've got more motion now. You flex your foot. Carefully. The ache remains, but the joint feels looser. Less like a sealed jar. More like a hinge. Alric grins. Next stop. Stairs. You groan, but beneath the soreness, beneath the dull echo of that glorp, there's something strange. Relief. The wandering man with a bag of tools and questionable ethics may have done something right, and your leg, for the first time in days, feels like it might belong to you again. The church offers a second opinion. You're dozing again, drifting somewhere between broth dreams and the phantom tickle of leeches, when a low chant begins to echo through the hallway. You blink awake just as Alric enters, looking sheepish. Just a warning, he says. The monks are coming? You groan. Why? He shrugs. They said you've had enough herbs. Now it's time for blessings. Before you can protest, 3 figures glide into the room. And yes, glide is the word. They move in perfect sync. Brown robes brushing the floor. Candlelight glinting off tiny brass relics hanging from their belts. One carries a silver bowl. One holds a small book. And the third, of course, has a bell. They stop at the foot of your bed and bow as one. The lead monk speaks. We heard of your wound, and your moss, and your scream that startled the cook. Alric coughs. The monk continues. We have come to offer healing of the spirit, that the flesh may follow. You try to say, I think the leeches already took care of that, but all that comes out is a wheezy. Sure. Historically, spiritual care was an essential part of medieval medicine. Physical illness was often seen as a symptom of sin, imbalance, or divine testing. Relics, prayers, holy oils, and even pilgrimages were prescribed to ease both body and soul. Historians still argue whether this comforted patients or just prolonged the mystery of their suffering. The monk with the silver bowl steps forward. He dabs his thumb in the oil and anoints your forehead with a gentle cross. Saint Apollonia, calm this patient's pain. You nod slightly, unsure whether to feel reassured or worried that she's the patron saint of toothaches. The second monk opens his book and begins a soft chant. Latin, smooth, repetitive, comforting in its rhythm, even if you don't understand a word. The bell rings once, just once. It echoes like a drop of water in a well. You close your eyes. For a moment, it's peaceful. No cutting, no scraping, no leeches, just warm oil, murmured syllables, and the faint scent of beeswax. Then the third monk lifts something from his robe, a small pouch wrapped in silk. A relic, he whispers. Alric leans closer. Is that a toe? It is. The monk confirms. Of Saint Floribert. He once healed a goat just by looking at it. You blink. The monk gently rests the relic pouch against your wrapped leg. We ask for his mercy. There is a long, reverent pause. The relic doesn't glow. Your leg doesn't twitch. Nothing explodes or fuses or miraculously closes up. But you do feel warm. Could be the beeswax. Could be the broth. Could be placebo. But hey, who's keeping track? The chanting fades. The monks lower their heads, then rise and exit in a line as perfectly coordinated as when they entered. The last one pauses to gently ring the bell one more time before disappearing. Alric whistles. That was intense. You stare at the ceiling. Was that helpful? He shrugs. Could be. Depends how much you believe in goat menders. You both chuckle, then fall silent. The air feels lighter. The leg still aches. Yes, but less so. And even if nothing changed physically, something in the rhythm of the chant, the warmth of the oil, the quiet presence of people who expected nothing in return, it soothed something deeper. The surgeon enters later, sees the lingering scent of frankincense, and snorts. Did they wave the toe again? You nod. Twice. Ah, he says, smirking. Then you're definitely on the mend. You settle back against the pillow, let your eyelids fall, and feel, perhaps for the first time, calm. Because maybe, just maybe, there are more ways to heal than cuts and clamps. Sometimes, you need a toe. You're finally allowed to bathe again. It's announced without ceremony, just Alric popping his head in and saying, Good news, the bucket's warming. You stare at him. What bucket? The bath, he says. Sort of. You get a wash today. It's hard to tell if you're excited or horrified. You've gotten used to your own medieval stink, mostly by pretending it isn't there. But now that he's mentioned it, the wool blanket you've been under smells like regret and soup. And your bandages have fused to your leg in places that definitely aren't supposed to stick. Alric and the surgeon show up together with a steaming pail of water, a chipped wooden bowl, a cloth, and something that might be soap, or just very tired lard. You ask if there's a proper tub. They laugh. Not for patients, says the surgeon, and definitely not for legs that still ooze. So, sponge bath it is. They start with your upper body, gently peeling off the shirt you've had on since before the screaming began. It makes a sound. You don't look directly at it once it's off. It's been through a lot. Alric dips the cloth in the warm water and wrings it out with the care of someone preparing a sacred rite. He starts at your shoulders. It's incredible, not just because it's warm, but because it's clean. The cloth wipes away layers of grime, dried broth, and battlefield tension. You let your head drop back against the pillow, eyes closed, as steam rises around you like a gentle fog. "Don't fall asleep," says Alric, working his way down your arm. "I'm not drying your hair if you slump into the bucket." You murmur something about wages. He ignores you. Historically, bathing in medieval times was complicated. While public bathhouses did exist, they were often viewed with suspicion. Too decadent, too risky, too prone to gossip. For the ill, water was sometimes considered dangerous. But there were exceptions. Warm compresses, steam baths, or medicinal washes were used in recovery. Historians still argue whether avoiding baths was about hygiene, humility, or just a lack of plumbing. Your good leg is next. He scrubs carefully around the ankle and foot, pausing only to mutter about your toenails. You consider apologizing, then decide you've suffered enough. Then comes the leg. The surgeon steps in. Together, they begin unwrapping the bandages. Slowly, gently, the air hits your skin, and for a moment, it stings. Then it settles. The wound looks better, still pink, still puckered in places, but dry. The surgeon gives a nod. Wash around it. Avoid the stitches. Alric complies, sponging delicately like he's handling an expensive pie. The warm water drips down your calf, and you feel new. Not completely, but a little. Afterward, they pat everything dry with soft linen and redress the wound. This time, it's not packed with moss or soaked in anything pungent. Just simple linen, folded and tied with a strip of cloth. You're wrapped again, but lighter. Then Alric brings a comb. You groan. "No." "Yes," he says. "The hair is part of the healing." You don't have the strength to argue. He begins combing through the tangled thatch of what used to be your hair. There's tugging, mild cursing. He finds a twig. You don't ask how. Finally, he steps back and nods. Presentable. You feel like a freshly laundered sack of potatoes. But the breeze through the window hits different now. Cooler on your skin, softer across your collarbone. The surgeon offers a small vial of lavender oil. Not for health, just for scent. He dabs a bit on your wrist. It smells like sleep and distant fields. You inhale deeply, clean, warm, human again. You never thought a sponge bath could be emotional. But after weeks of knives, moss, pus, and goat healing relics, this simple act of care feels like a ceremony. You lie back, blankets fresh, skin warm, scalp tugged into submission. And for the first time in what feels like forever, you don't feel like a patient. You feel like you. You get up, slowly, on your own 2 feet. It's not a dramatic moment. There's no applause, no brass band, no triumphant bell ringing from the tower. Just you, your wobbly legs, and a chamber pot in the corner that you're determined not to use again today. The surgeon checks your stitches one last time that morning and says, "You could try standing. If the stars align and your knee doesn't betray you." Alric, from his seat by the hearth, adds, "No pressure. If you fall, I'll only laugh a little." You roll your eyes, shift your blanket off, and swing your good leg over the side of the cot. It hits the floor like a half-forgotten log. Then comes the other one. The leg that's been packed, lanced, stitched, bathed, leeched, blessed, and almost broken again by a wandering chiropractor in a feathered hat. You breathe in, place your foot down. It feels there, not strong, exactly, but solid. Your heel touches the floor like it's reacquainting itself with gravity. Your calf trembles. Your knee tenses. Every muscle in your thigh wakes up screaming, but it screams politely. You grip the edge of the cot, lean forward, and rise. It's not elegant. Your back is hunched. Your arms are out for balance. You look like a newborn deer who's seen too much, but you're standing. Alric claps once. He rises! The surgeon, far less dramatic, just grunts in approval. Knees not locking. That's good. Step forward. You do? Kind of. One cautious shuffle, just a toe's length, then another. The pain is there, deep and tight, but not the same pain that buckled you days ago. This one feels earned. This one is manageable, like your body setting new boundaries and finally letting you live within them. Weight evenly, the surgeon says. Use the chair. There's a stool placed nearby. You reach for it and steady yourself. Both hands pressed on the seat like it's a sacred artifact. You don't fall. You breathe again. Historically, recovery from surgery was deeply variable. Some patients were urged to move early. Others were kept in bed far too long. Physical therapy wasn't formalized, but walking, stretching, and light work were often encouraged by observant healers. Historians still argue whether early mobilization helped healing or just gave everyone something to watch besides the pigs. Alric offers a wooden cane he clearly made himself. It's crooked, but charming. You accept it and limp a slow lap around the room. Every step is a negotiation. Every joint groans. But with each pass, you feel more in your body again. The room feels smaller now. Or maybe you've just grown taller after weeks spent horizontal by the hearth. A bowl of lentil stew steams gently. You hobble toward it. Careful, the surgeon says, but he's smiling. Not a big grin. Just the quiet satisfaction of someone who doesn't often get to see the result of all his cutting. You reach the bowl. Sit down slowly, very slowly, and rest. Alric sets a spoon in your hand. Today, he says, you walk. Tomorrow, you might descend stairs. You both laugh. Kind of. The chuckle hurts your ribs. You eat slowly, savoring every bite of hot, garlicky lentils. You stretch your legs beneath the table. And for the first time in a long, strange, moss-filled chapter of your life, you don't feel like someone recovering from being sliced open. You feel like someone simply getting better. You thank the tools that didn't kill you. You're still in the workshop, though it's no longer the place of horror it once was. The light streaming through the high window feels warmer now, less interrogative. The smells of herbs, vinegar, and candle wax no longer assault your nose. They wrap around you like a memory, familiar, earthy, almost nostalgic. You're seated on the edge of the work table, the same one they tied you to, the same one you bled on, screamed on, healed on. Now, your hands rest gently on your knees, and your feet dangle a few inches off the floor. Across the room, the surgeon polishes his tools. Each blade, clamp, and oddly shaped poker is wiped clean with practiced reverence, then placed into its proper pouch or slot in the drawer. You watch him in silence. When he notices, he holds one of the knives up, a short, curved blade with a walnut handle. The first one he used on your leg. The one that started this whole journey. You remember this little fellow? He asks. You nod. I remember all of them. He chuckles and sets it gently on a folded cloth. Good steel, balanced, always tells the truth. Alric is nearby, rolling fresh linen bandages and humming some cheerful song about apples and goats. You've stopped asking for explanations. Feeling strong today? The surgeon asks. You test your weight on the floor, both feet flat. The knee bends now. The muscles grown less. There's even a twitch of eagerness in your stride. Better, you say? Almost human. He nods. Well, don't get too confident. A relapse now, and I'll have to start from scratch. You don't want to go back on that table. You pat the table affectionately. We've had our time. He smiles faintly. Most patients never come back to thank the tools. You're rare. You run your fingers along the edge of the table, over the nicks and stains. Some are centuries old. Some yours. Still fresh, you say. They didn't kill me. That counts for something. Historically, patients who survived surgery often credited the skill of the surgeon or divine intervention, but rarely the tools themselves. Yet those tools were often heirlooms, passed down, treasured, even named. Historians still argue whether they held symbolic power or were simply the medieval equivalent of a lucky scalpel. You step across the room, slower than you'd like, but stronger than before, and rest your hand on the tray where the instruments sit in quiet retirement. The saw, the scoop, the clamp, the twisted needle. None of them feel menacing now. You whisper, "Thank you." The surgeon pretends not to hear you, but he stops polishing for just a second. Alric finally stands up and says, "You're due for some sun. I vote we take a walk to the garden." You nod. You leave the table behind, the apron on its hook, the herbs drying by the rafters, the moss-stained rag hanging like a relic. Each item a strange little character in your recovery story. Each one played its part. Outside, the sky is clear. The air smells like tilled earth, wildflowers, and someone nearby roasting onions. Your steps are uneven, but real. The sunlight kisses your cheek. The breeze tousles your hair. And the pain? Still there, but faint. Like a distant bell you can now walk away from. You don't look back at the workshop. Not because you fear it, but because you've made peace with it. You know what lives inside. And more importantly, you know that you walked out of it. And now, you can finally rest. The knives are quiet. The tools are clean. The leeches are long gone, hopefully somewhere far from your dreams. Your wound has stopped singing. Your muscles no longer tremble from the smallest movement. Your breath comes easier now, not like something borrowed, but something earned. The table you once feared has faded into memory. The moss has dried. The stitches are holding, and the pain, the sharp, urgent, clawing kind, is gone. What remains is something gentler, a reminder, not a threat. So now, lie back. Let the warmth of your blanket wrap around your newly quiet body. Let the last echoes of the chanting monks fade into something softer, like a lullaby hummed from another room. Let the broth settle in your belly. Let the lavender on your wrist remind you of sunlight on old wood. Let the room dim. Let your jaw unclench. You've been stitched, scrubbed, blessed, and bandaged. You've bled. You've healed. You've laughed. Somehow, even while tied to a table. And now, it's done. The story is told. The tools are still. And you are whole. Close your eyes. Traveler, you're safe. You're warm. You're here. Drift now into a silence not of pain, but of peace. The healing is finished, and sleep can begin. How medieval farmers grew food in freezing climates. We're trudging through frost-bitten meadows and snow-choked fields, deep into the frozen world of medieval farming. Picture it. Your boots crunch over rutted, icy ground. The air smells like damp wool and smoke. Every breath floats out in ghostly clouds, and the only warmth comes from your own persistence. And maybe, just maybe, the steam rising off the neighbor's manure pile. You're about to experience what it took to survive and even grow food in the middle of a freezing medieval winter. And spoiler, you probably wouldn't last a day. You're standing outside a one-room timber cottage with a sod roof and a chimney that's more suggestion than function. The wind cuts sideways through your layers, and your fingers, wrapped in thin leather, already feel like frozen sausages. The fields stretch out around you, flat and white, the stubbled remains of last season's wheat barely visible beneath the crust of snow. There's work to do. Always is. You grip a wooden pitchfork and head toward the barn, where a bundle of frost-covered hay waits to be spread across the field. This isn't about feeding animals today. This is mulch, an ancient insulation strategy. You spread it over the soil, knowing it won't warm the ground, but it might keep it from hardening into stone. Might. Your breath fogs your vision. You rub your nose, already numb. Historians still debate how much winter farming was done during the harshest months. Some say very little. Fields were simply left to sleep beneath the snow. Others argue that in places like the Alps or Scandinavia, farmers developed a year-round rhythm out of sheer necessity, tending to winter-hardy crops and feeding livestock with frozen hands and frozen hope. One mainstream fact: the agricultural calendar of medieval Europe didn't stop in winter. It just changed tempo. This was the season of survival prep, of slow tasks, tending tools, preserving food, praying for a tolerable thaw. A 14th century farming calendar from England doesn't mark December or January as rest months. Instead, it notes, cryptically, the earth is hardened, yet the work continues. Back in your boots, you shift your weight as you toss another load of hay. The wind kicks up and stings your cheeks. Across the path, a neighbor is clearing snow from a patch of carrots he cleverly planted in a walled corner that gets just enough winter sun. He waves. You nod. The unspoken rule: conserve breath. Winter isn't always white. Sometimes it's muddy, gray, and oddly green. In coastal Ireland, farmers kept kale and cabbage alive under woven baskets. In some monastic gardens, herbs like thyme and sage endured beneath layers of straw. That's your next stop. You duck into your garden, now mostly dormant, but not dead. Under a rickety wooden cover, you find leeks, floppy, sad, but edible. You feel a strange pride tug at your cold, numb chest. It worked. You return inside briefly, just for a moment, inside the cottage. It's barely warmer, but there's a fire in the hearth. On the shelf, 2 withered onions, a dried gourd, a cloth pouch of cracked barley. Tonight's dinner will be thin, but it will be something. Your spouse is stitching a hole in a tunic, muttering about how it was warmer last year. Was it? Memory blurs in the cold. Historians still argue whether the so-called Little Ice Age began in the late 13th or early 14th century. What's certain is that winters grew longer, harvests shorter, and farmers had to adapt with brutal creativity. You pull your cloak tighter and step back outside. A chicken clucks underfoot. She's furious. Her eggs keep freezing before you can collect them. You mutter an apology. She doesn't care. Out in the distance, smoke rises from a neighbor's hearth. Someone's burning damp moss again. It smells like sadness and soup. You pass the root cellar. The heavy wooden lid is rimmed with ice. You creak it open and check the contents. Turnips, shriveled but firm. Apples, spotted but still sweet. A miracle. You don't linger. The air down there bites your lungs. You head back to the fields, where the work is never finished. It's not glamorous, not heroic, but in every clump of hay, every cautious planting of a winter pea, there's something resilient, something very medieval, something very human. It's cold, it's quiet, and somehow, it's beautiful. The wind is worse today. It finds every seam in your tunic and whistles through the tiniest gaps in your boots, like it's got nothing better to do. You cinch your wool cloak tighter, the rough fabric brushing your neck with that scratchy, sheepy warmth. It's not glamorous, but it's yours, and it works. Today's task is all about protection. Not for you, but for the ground itself. You head toward the edge of your modest plot, where a low fence leans into the wind, sagging from years of half-hearted repair. Beyond it lies the small field where your spring barley will one day grow. If the frost doesn't kill the soil first, you're here to build a windbreak, or rather, repair the pitiful one that already exists. You start gathering whatever you can. Bundles of twigs, bundles of brush, even old firewood you were saving for particularly cold nights. The wind laughs at your efforts. Still, you press on. Historians agree that medieval farmers across Europe relied heavily on living hedges and wooden fences to shield their crops from the elements. Thorny hawthorn, willow, and elder formed thick walls that not only blocked wind, but also served as barriers against wandering animals, nosy neighbors, and, very occasionally, a raiding band of grumpy knights who'd lost their way. You wedge a new bundle of sticks into place and stamp it down with your boot. It's not elegant, but it holds. The sun is out, in theory. Its pale light glows behind thick clouds, casting a gray that feels like it might never end. In Scandinavia, farmers angled their barns and small planting plots to catch the weak winter sun, creating a kind of passive heating system centuries before the phrase climate-smart agriculture became a TED Talk. You try something similar. You reposition a row of firewood stacks along the fence line, creating a crude wall to redirect the wind. It might help. Might. Historians still argue whether medieval farmers truly understood solar angles in a scientific sense, or whether they simply learned through trial, error, and bitter winters. Either way, the result was often ingenious. Farmers in the Swiss Alps used dry stone walls, piled without mortar, to create thermal pockets where herbs and root vegetables could survive even under snow. You kneel to inspect the ground. It's frozen an inch deep, but just below, it's still malleable. You scrape aside a thin crust of frost and press your hand to the cold earth. It's sleeping, but not dead. You whisper something to it. Maybe encouragement. Maybe a complaint. Wool is your second shield. You remember how last year, your neighbor Ewald swore that wrapping wool scraps around the base of young saplings helped them survive sudden cold snaps. He also once claimed that garlic kept away snow witches. You try not to judge. Back inside the cottage, your spouse is unfurling a length of rough-spun wool to line the windows. Drafts, the silent enemies of winter, seep in through every crack. You join them, holding the corners while they tack the fabric into place with iron nails and the occasional muttered curse. It's warmer already. You sip from a bowl of something that might be soup, yesterday's barley, flavored with a few scraps of salted meat and, inexplicably, a dried apple. It's not the worst thing you've eaten. You lean against the hearth and stare at the flickering flame. There's not much wood left. You'll have to get creative again. Later that day, you haul a bundle of firewood toward the southern edge of your plot. You're not going to burn it, yet. You're going to use it, along with woven hurdles, flexible panels made from saplings. You create small, shielded alcoves near the wall where you'll soon scatter manure. Yes, manure again. These little wind-shielded compost piles act like ancient heating pads. The rotting hay and dung give off warmth as they decay, and that heat can leach sideways into the soil. It's slow. It's stinky. It works. A quirky tidbit? In parts of medieval France, farmers even used cold frames made of animal stomachs stretched over wooden frames to warm seedlings in winter. You try not to imagine the smell. The day winds down. And with it, the wind too, mercifully. You look out across your small field, your patched fence, your slightly tilted compost mounds, and your rough hedge of gathered twigs. It's all a bit makeshift. But in the soft evening light, it doesn't look like failure. It looks like a plan. Tomorrow, you'll check the stored seeds, the barley, the rye, the desperate handful of beans you've been saving in a cloth pouch marked with a charcoal symbol. Only you and your spouse understand. It looks like a sun, or maybe a potato. You lean against the side of your barn, fingers tucked under your arms for warmth, and listen. Nothing but the soft sound of snow melting from the eaves. You imagine the warmth trapped in the hayloft above, the animals breathing softly in their pens, the hush that blankets all things sleeping. Your fingers are stiff, your nose red, but you smile. Not everything needs to grow to be alive. Sometimes, just not dying is enough. Your boots crunch through last night's frost as you step into the field again. Steam rising from the compost heaps you arranged the day before. It's early, not just in the day, but in the season. Everything out here feels paused, half asleep, not quite dead. But under all that stillness, there's a kind of brewing going on, a quiet tension between decay and life, and you're here to stir it. Today, it's about the oldest, smelliest form of hope in medieval farming. Manure. You grab a crude wooden spade and begin to scoop steaming clumps from the back corner of the barn where the animals have been generous. The smell hits you in the face like a memory you'd rather forget. But you smile. It's the scent of spring to be. Historians agree that medieval farmers didn't just throw dung onto frozen ground and hope for miracles. There was a whole unspoken logic to it. Layering, curing, and spreading at just the right moment. Manure wasn't just waste, it was strategy. You carry it in baskets made of woven reeds, the bottoms lined with straw so the slop doesn't seep through too fast. You spread it carefully over one plot of land you hope to plant early peas in, mixing it with leftover hay and fallen leaves. The layering will keep the soil soft and slightly warmer underneath. It's part insulation, part fertilization, and part ritual. Historians still debate the extent of planned soil layering in the early Middle Ages. Was it intuitive wisdom passed down through muddy boots and sore backs? Or was it a deliberate agricultural technique only practiced in monastery gardens and elite estates? Either way, your knees are muddy, your hands are cold, and your plot smells like every barn in the county. So it must be working. You pause to wipe your forehead. It's not exactly hot, but that kind of work gets into your bones. Not in a poetic way. More like in a you'll feel it tomorrow way. Nearby, your spouse is breaking up frost-covered clumps of soil with a hoe that's seen better centuries. Together, you work in silence, the kind that speaks of shared goals and mutual soreness. You remember hearing old Ewald say that spreading manure in layers was like baking bread. It had to rise in the ground before it could rise in the oven. You weren't sure what he meant then. You're still not, but you nod anyway, just in case. Later, you head to the compost corner, a half-dug trench where you've been burying vegetable scraps, crushed eggshells, and whatever the dog didn't eat. The pile has started to sink, steaming gently under its patchy straw cover. You reach in and stir the top layer, releasing a surprisingly warm puff of air. It smells like decay, but not death, like something in the middle of becoming. And becoming is good. A quirky fact: some medieval farmers swore that burying animal bones alongside compost improved crop strength. Not for the nutrients, though maybe that helped, but because the bones whispered to the roots. You can't prove them wrong. And maybe your leeks need encouragement. You find a place near the edge of your field that gets early morning sun. You dig a shallow trench, spread in compost from your pile, and cover it loosely with frost-dusted soil. It's not a proper planting yet, just a warm-up, like stretching before the real work begins. As you work, you hum a little. Not a song, just a sound to keep your jaw from freezing. The birds have started up again, mostly crows, but at least it's noise, life, even the annoying kind. Feels like a promise. You glance at your wooden seed box near the cottage door. It's sealed tight, wrapped in cloth, stored off the ground. Inside, peas, beans, barley, and hope. You don't touch it yet. You're not ready. Neither is the earth. Instead, you haul more leaf litter from the forest edge. Dead leaves may be nature's most generous gift. They insulate the ground, soften footfalls, and, eventually, feed everything. You layer them over your compost-mixed trench, patting them gently, like tucking in a child. Historians note that forest foraging was essential for medieval farming success. Dead wood, mosses, and leaf matter were collected year-round. It wasn't free, but it was unregulated, mostly, and often overlooked in big records. But to farmers like you, it was gold, smelly, decomposing, frost-damp gold. You return home with leaf stains on your tunic and dirt under your fingernails. You sit near the hearth, nursing a bowl of something vaguely turnip-flavored, and listen to the fire spit and sigh. Your spouse is setting aside scraps of wool cloth, not for clothes this time, but to wrap around the base of seedling shoots when the time comes. You nod. It's clever. The kind of small trick that keeps things alive. Outside, the compost pile simmers quietly. The manure's rich. The leaves are thick. The soil, beneath its icy crust, is starting to respond. A little, not much, but enough. You watch a single droplet of snowmelt roll down the outside of your window, curve over a splinter in the wood, and vanish into the sill. That's how growth begins out here. One quiet drip at a time. You wake up to a pale glow peeking through the cracks in your wooden shutters. No bells, no rooster, just the eerie quiet that only comes with deep cold. You pull on your boots, stiff from yesterday's dampness, and open the door to a world muffled in snow. Again. Still. There's work to do. There always is. Today, you're headed to the root cellar. The wind bites as you make your way around the cottage, where a low mound of earth hides the entrance. Root vegetables, bless them, are the unsung champions of medieval winter survival. These hardy things don't complain. They just sit there, underground, waiting, much like you. You lift the lid, straining against the ice rim that sealed it overnight. A puff of earthy air rises up. It smells like damp stone and old onions. You smile. That's the scent of comfort. Inside, the root cellar is stacked with baskets, turnips, leeks, carrots, parsnips, beets, and the last of the winter radishes. Some are sprouting. Some are shriveled. All are edible. Kind of. Root vegetables weren't just staples. They were strategies. They could be planted late, harvested late, and stored for months with minimal drama. They didn't demand attention. They just existed, solid and dependable, like your cousin Eric, the one who never speaks, but always lifts the heavy things. You grab a few parsnips and a red-streaked turnip that looks like it's judging you. As you carry the basket back inside, you notice the frost creeping in from the edges of the doorframe. The wind is building. Again. Historians agree that the medieval European diet leaned heavily on root vegetables from roughly October to March. While grains and meat took the spotlight at feasts, it was the quiet root crops that kept people going. Turnips, in particular, were so common they became a kind of joke. As boring as a boiled turnip, they'd say, but you'll take boring over starving any day. You drop the turnips into a clay pot, add water from the rain barrel, and let them stew slowly over the hearth fire. The smell isn't grand, but it's warm. That's enough. Outside, the snow is starting to melt in patches. You take a walk to check on the small clump garden you've been nursing behind the shed. It's where you planted a few leftover leeks and winter onions. You peel back the straw cover, to your shock and mild joy. A few green shoots are poking through. You mutter a small thank you. Not to God, not today, to the plants. They're doing their best. There's a quirky tidbit here. Some medieval farmers believed that root vegetables grew better if planted during a waxing moon. Others thought singing to your onions helped them grow sweeter. Whether you believe it or not, you hum a little tune as you repack the straw over your garden. You never know. You walk back to the cottage, thinking about how root vegetables are like medieval farmers themselves, resilient, unflashy, and willing to wait through anything. Historians still argue whether the heavy reliance on root vegetables in winter was out of necessity or choice. But to you, that debate doesn't matter. Turnips don't care about historical nuance. Inside, the stew is bubbling. Your spouse is slicing dried apples into a wooden bowl for something that might be dessert. If you squint, you sit down, your back sore, and stretch your legs out toward the fire. The heat touches your toes like a memory of summer. You remember something. Last year, an elder from the village told you to hang a bunch of dried nettle above the root cellar to keep out mold spirits. You did it. Why not? This winter, no mold yet? Coincidence? Maybe. But the nettle's staying. The day drifts on in slow loops. You bring in more vegetables, clean out old baskets, sweep away frozen dirt. The rhythm is simple, soothing in its own way. Every chore is a ritual. Every repetition is a reminder. You're still here, still fed, still moving. Later, you roast a few carrot ends in the ashes of the fire. It smells vaguely sweet. You offer one to your spouse. They make a face, but chew it anyway. Outside, the sun sinks, painting the snow in orange and violet hues. You watch the light fade from the root cellar door, now closed tight again. It's not glamorous, but it's survival. You lie down early tonight, the turnip stew still warm in your belly. Your bed is a stack of hay covered in linen, and your blanket is patched with wool from at least 3 different sheep. But it's enough. You close your eyes. Somewhere below the frozen earth, the parsnips wait patiently. And you understand that feeling. You wake before the light. Not that it matters much. These winter mornings are all shades of gray anyway. Your breath puffs into the cold air above your straw-stuffed mattress. You pull your cloak tighter, roll your shoulders, and try to convince your joints to cooperate. Today isn't for planting. It's not even for tending. Today is for thinking. When the ground turns to stone and the tools are too cold to hold. Medieval farmers didn't stop being farmers. They just changed gears. You stretch, crack your knuckles, and reach for a slate board where you've scratched a rough crop plan. It's a chaotic thing. Part memory, part wishful thinking, part dirt smudge, but it helps you feel in control. You sit by the hearth, poke the coals back to life, and begin your quiet ritual, planning for the spring. Historians agree that crop rotation was understood, if not named, by medieval farmers. They might not have called it nutrient cycling, but they sure knew what happened when you planted barley in the same field 4 years in a row. Sadness and weeds and fewer barley cakes. Your field is divided into 3 parts, one for grains, one for legumes or vegetables, and one left fallow. This season, you're tempted to push for more barley. Grain stores are low, but you also remember last year's bean yield, small but dependable. Decisions. Your spouse joins you at the fire with a mug of hot water steeped in dried mint. You sip it gratefully. It tastes like boiled roof moss, but it's warm. Together, you talk about your plots, the soil, the animals, quiet words, not always complete sentences. You mention trying onions in the corner patch this year. They raise an eyebrow. Brave. That. You glance out the window. The fallow field is dusted in snow. The lines of last year's furrows still faintly visible. You trace them in your mind, imagining next year's crops, peas curling upward, barley swaying, cabbages sulking in the wind. You pull out a sack of tools from under the bench. Rusty, yes, but still serviceable. You sharpen a small sickle with a whetstone. The scraping sound somehow comforting. One tool catches your eye, a broken plow blade. You hold it like an old friend who's seen better days. It reminds you of the spring thaw when the mud nearly swallowed the entire contraption. You laugh to yourself, remembering how you had to yank it out with the help of a neighbor and one very opinionated donkey. That's the thing about winter downtime. It brings up stories, some funny, some not, but all part of the rhythm. Outside, a crow lands on the fence post and squawks at absolutely nothing. Typical. You return to your crop planning, now scratching in notes about how many sacks of manure you'll need for each section. The math is bad. The handwriting is worse, but it helps. Historians still debate whether medieval farmers had fixed calendars or worked entirely off observation. Some say they followed saints' feast days for planting. Others argue they trusted their noses, their hands, the feel of the earth itself. You suspect it was both, and also just plain guessing sometimes. The fire crackles. Your spouse is sorting seed pouches, muttering about last year's disappointing radishes. You make a mental note. No radishes this year. Or at least fewer. You step outside briefly to stretch your legs and breathe the icy air. The village is quiet. Smoke rising slowly from thatched chimneys. Someone's hammering. Maybe fixing a sled. Maybe just to keep warm. You wander down to the pen where your chickens are half asleep, tucked into the corners of their coop. You toss them some grain. One clucks at you like you've personally offended her. You apologize. It seems polite. Back in the cottage, you unroll a woven mat and begin to sort your tools properly. Axes, hoes, pruners, some cracked, some splintered, all essential. You sand a handle smooth with a scrap of worn cloth, rubbing warmth into the wood as much as structure. There's a rhythm to it. Sand, scrape, polish, like a prayer with no words. You think of spring. You think of long hours under the sun. You think of sweating again, not just shivering. A quirky tidbit. In some parts of medieval Europe, farmers marked tool handles with tiny carved symbols, runes, saints' initials, even crude, smiling faces. Some believed it kept the tools from rusting. Others believed the tools would remember the work better. You eye your sickle. Maybe it needs a smiley face. The light is already fading. That's winter for you. The day lasts as long as a nap. You lean back, surrounded by neatly arranged tools. A few hopeful sketches of your spring planting plan, and a growing sense of, what is it? Calm? Maybe. Not confidence, but preparedness. It's not flashy. No one writes ballads about crop rotation and shovel sharpening. But it's the invisible work that keeps you fed come summer. You stir the coals, throw in a dried peat brick, and sit with your thoughts. The frozen ground can't stop you from imagining green things, from laying plans, from daring, just a little, to believe in spring. Even now, with the wind howling and the snow thick on the shutters, there's a tiny warmth growing in you, and it smells faintly of mint, ash, and hope. The wind has quieted overnight, replaced by a damp stillness that clings to your cloak like dew on moss. You step outside into the half-morning haze, the kind of light that doesn't so much shine as it gently sulks across the fields. Your breath still clouds in the air, but the sting in your nose is less brutal than yesterday. It's time to think about sunlight, not the kind that warms your face, but the kind that might just save your crops from freezing solid in the first few weeks of spring. You trudge to the edge of your field, where the stone wall leans lazily along the southern edge. It's a little mossy, a little crumbly, but it's got potential. You place your hand on it. Cold, very cold, but maybe not forever. Historians agree that medieval farmers were surprisingly clever when it came to manipulating sunlight, especially in harsh climates. They didn't have thermometers or meteorological apps, but they had instinct, observation, and generations of muttered advice passed down like family secrets. You walk the perimeter of the plot, noting how the sun hits certain corners better than others. The slope near the road gets light first. That's where you'll move the onions this year. They need a head start. Don't we all? Your spouse joins you, hands tucked into sleeves, brow furrowed. You point toward the spot and mumble something about solar gain. They raise an eyebrow. You make a note to explain what you mean later, maybe with a turnip metaphor. Back near the wall, you kneel beside a little corner that's sun-warmed and less frozen. You scrape at the ground with a stick. The soil crumbles slightly, encouraging. This might become a protected clump for herbs or early greens. You imagine a tiny lettuce surviving where the wind can't reach. A miracle in miniature. Quirky fact: some farmers in 14th century Italy used angled dry stone walls not just as barriers, but as solar collectors, building them with dark stones to absorb warmth by day and slowly release it by night. You try to remember if your wall has warm-colored stones. It mostly just has moss and the occasional beetle. Historians still argue whether these heat-trapping designs were intentional or happy accidents. Was the south-facing garden a deliberate climate strategy? Or just a nice place for the chickens to hang out? Either way, you're copying it now. You begin dragging more flat stones toward your wall, stacking them carefully to make a second low row that might hold in heat. It's heavy, awkward work, and your fingertips sting. But it's a task with visible progress, and that's something rare in this season. As you work, a neighbor passes by with a bundle of sticks strapped to his back. He nods, but doesn't stop. You nod back, equally unwilling to waste warmth on chatter. The stick bundle looks suspiciously like the one you were eyeing near the forest path. You make a mental note to accidentally block that trail next week. You finish your new stone wall extension and sit beside it, rubbing warmth back into your hands. It's not much to look at, just a curve of old rocks and weeds. But you picture it shielding tender shoots from frostbite a few weeks from now. That vision is worth the ache in your back. Inside the cottage, your spouse is unrolling last year's planting diagrams, sketched in soot and hopeful lines. They squint at the sunniest spots marked from last spring and compare them to this morning's findings. Together, you argue gently. Should the peas go by the south fence or the corner near the barn? You win the debate with a grunt and a well-timed yawn. Later that afternoon, you venture out to reinforce the wooden trellises that will eventually support those peas. They're flimsy things, lashed together with string and stubbornness. You drive a new stake into the thawing edge of the garden bed and feel the soft give of earth that's just starting to breathe again. That's the thing about sun in winter. It doesn't heat. Not really. But it promises. And medieval farmers lived for promises of warmth, of crops, of not eating boiled weeds for the 5th week in a row. You remember a story your aunt told you once. In the coldest part of the year, she'd place a mirror outside, propped against a low wall, hoping it would bounce the sun onto her cabbages. You're not sure if that works, but you admire the optimism. You finish your work just as the sun dips behind a bank of clouds, turning everything silver gray again. The wall radiates a little warmth. Not much, but enough to make your breath hitch with hope. Back indoors, you sit by the hearth and sip thin ale, the kind that barely counts as a beverage. You stretch your legs toward the flames and feel faintly the same heat you imagined your little stone wall giving off outside. You close your eyes and see a garden of unlikely green, early peas curling skyward, onions peeking out of still cold soil, a scatter of lettuces unfurling like shy dancers in the morning light. It's not real, yet. But you've seen worse things become true. And somewhere outside, beneath the stones you stacked with aching hands, the soil remembers the sun. This morning, the frost clings a little less fiercely. The sky is still the color of an old wool sock, but you can feel a shift, small, subtle, like the land is inhaling, preparing itself. You step outside, and your boots don't quite crunch. They thud. That's progress. Today's task feels more like magic than farming. You're building something to trick the cold, not with spells, but with manure, straw, and cunning wooden frames. Time to make a medieval hotbed. You head to the small clearing behind your barn, where the ground dips slightly and the sun, when it shows up, hangs low for hours. It's a good spot, sheltered from wind, close to water, and far enough from the cottage that the smell won't haunt your dreams. Historians agree that long before greenhouses had glass panes and aluminum frames, medieval farmers used hotbeds to warm their crops during the coldest weeks. They didn't know the term thermal mass, but they definitely knew that a fresh pile of dung under your carrots could make all the difference. You begin by digging out a shallow trench, about 2 feet deep, wide enough for a few hopeful rows of early greens. The soil is stiff, but not frozen solid. That alone feels like a miracle. Next, you pile in fresh horse manure and straw, mixing it like a revolting stew. The heat comes almost instantly, rising in little curls of steam that fog your vision and your patience. You wince at the smell. It's aggressive, but it's also life. On top of this warm, smoldering mess, you lay a thin layer of soil, rich and dark, pulled from the edge of your best plot. Then, to trap the warmth, you start assembling your cloche, a small, makeshift frame, covered with anything clearish, oiled cloth, greased parchment, even stretched animal bladders if you're desperate enough. Quirky fact, in 13th century France, It was common for gardeners to cover early lettuce beds with discarded lantern glass or wide-bottomed jars turned upside down. Little greenhouses for one plant each. You tried that once. It shattered. Lesson learned. You step back and admire your hotbed. It's ugly, uneven, and vaguely threatening to collapse. But the warmth is real. You hold your hand over the surface and feel it. A soft exhale of heat rising from the earth. Your spouse brings over a sack of sprouted spinach seeds. Brave. Maybe foolish. But it's worth trying. You scatter a small handful into the soil and whisper something like a prayer. It's too early. Everyone knows that. But sometimes, you have to ask the earth nicely. Historians still argue whether hotbeds were widespread among peasants or mostly a monastic luxury. Monasteries certainly had the time, the labor, and the manure surplus to experiment. But you suspect plenty of common folk figured it out too. Especially those with cold feet and empty cupboards. You place a few rocks around the edge of the frame to hold it down. The wind's picking up again, fickle as ever. You toss a few more shovelfuls of compost onto the pile for good measure and wipe your brow with a sleeve that really shouldn't be used for wiping anything. Inside the cottage, your spouse is boiling water with a few last thyme leaves. The smell brings life to your nostrils faster than the manure ever could. You sip it slowly, warming your insides, and stare at the steam curling upward like it has somewhere better to be. Later in the day, you return to check on your little experimental bed. The surface is still warm, the cover holding. A tiny green shoot has already dared to poke through. Maybe it's just a weed, but maybe not. There's a comfort in this kind of cheating, using the earth's own decay to fight its cold. It's not unnatural. It's clever. It's patient. It's very medieval. You walk around the garden now, checking other corners for potential. A patch by the south wall, shielded by the barn, has good drainage. You flag it with a stick. Another spot near the woodpile gets the last sun of the day. You note that too. The land is full of little secrets, and winter makes them whisper louder. You think back to that traveling herbalist who passed through 2 winters ago. She said her grandmother kept lemon balm alive all winter, using only a pile of hot manure, a wool cloth, and a very persuasive personality. You're not sure which part worked best. The wind picks up again, rattling your cloche frame. You tighten it, press it into place with a few more rocks, and tuck a handful of straw along the base. It looks ridiculous, but it might work. As the sky turns dusky blue, you walk back inside, your hands reeking of effort and earth. You sit beside the fire and stretch your arms above your head, muscles sore from shoveling hope all morning. You close your eyes and picture it, a little patch of green, steamed gently into existence by compost and determination. A salad before the thaw, a bite of spring in the heart of winter. You smile. That's what this is all about, isn't it? Fooling the frost just long enough to survive it. You're awakened by a sound you dread more than the wind. Scratching. Not the creak of rafters or the flutter of birds. No. This is the unmistakable, persistent, morally offensive skittering of tiny claws. You sigh. It's granary time. You pull on your thickest boots and grab the key to the grain shed, a heavy iron thing, probably older than the cottage itself. As you cross the yard, your breath fogs the morning air, and the sun peers through the mist like it's embarrassed to be up so early. It's going to be a long day. The granary stands on wooden stilts, just high enough to make climbing up in the cold feel like punishment. You unlatch the door and push it open. The smell is familiar. Dry oats, dust, faint mouse urine. You hold your breath as you peer inside. Sacks of barley line the walls, stitched tightly and stacked like sentinels. Baskets of rye and buckets of dried legumes rest beneath wooden shelves holding apples, shriveled but edible. You exhale slowly. Most of it's still here, but not all of it. You step carefully around the room, eyes scanning for the telltale signs, droppings, chewed corners, tiny tunnels through what was once tomorrow's porridge. And there it is, a gnawed hole in the base of a grain sack, barley scattered like breadcrumbs across the floor. The sack itself slumps in the middle, wounded and offended. You clench your jaw. It's mouse season. Historians agree that rodent control was a constant struggle in medieval food storage. Farmers used cats, ferrets, traps, and sometimes even snakes. Yes, snakes, as a kind of mobile pest control. You've got a cat, but she's more interested in the fire than the mice. Useless royalty. You fetch a broom and begin sweeping the barley into a pile, cursing quietly in your most polite winter voice. Your spouse appears in the doorway, holding a tin bowl of warm milk. They offer it like a peace treaty. You accept. Together, you assess the damage. 2 sacks affected. 1 mildly. 1 disgracefully. You decide to re-sew the seams, reinforce the shelves, and set new traps. You don't have cheese, so you use a bit of dried apple. Someone once told you mice hate apples. That someone lied. You inspect the walls. The gaps between the planks have widened from last season's storms. You'll need to patch them. You gather a bundle of old cloth, mud, and straw, a classic medieval insulation mix, and press it into the worst gaps. It looks terrible. It's perfect. Quirky fact: in some northern European villages, granary doors were sprinkled with ash, mixed with mint or crushed lavender to deter mice. Supposedly, they hated the scent. You tried that last year. The mice use the ash as bedding. You carry out the damaged sack and shake out the loose grain onto the ground. A couple of chickens race over, scandalized by their good fortune. The cat watches from a sunny spot by the shed, blinking in absolute indifference. You reseal the bag and restack the grain, this time raising it higher on wooden pallets and placing your clay jar traps in the corners. Upright pots with a smear of fat inside. Impossible for a mouse to escape once they tumble in. Grim, but effective. Hopefully, historians still debate how widespread granary stilts and raised platforms were in small villages. Monasteries and noble estates often had well-designed storage rooms, but common farmers had to make do with elevation, clever spacing, and a healthy fear of rodents. Some even stored grain in communal barns, safer from mice, but not from nosy neighbors. You run a hand along the outer wall, feeling for cold spots. The breeze slips through one knothole like a ghost with a grudge. You plug it with moss and hum softly as you work. Not a tune, just a rhythm to break the silence. Outside, your spouse is inspecting the apple baskets. Some are turning. You take the softest ones inside to stew into something edible. Maybe, if you pretend hard enough, later. As the afternoon dips into that strange medieval twilight, where the sky can't decide if it's evening yet, you sit near the hearth, with your bowl of apple mash and barley. It's better than it sounds. Slightly, you stare at the flames and think about grain. How every bite you'll eat until spring depends on those sacks in the loft. How one family of mice could unravel your whole winter if left unchecked. You think of those strange superstitions your grandmother whispered. Bury an egg under the threshold, hang garlic in the rafters, leave a bowl of milk at the granary door for the barn spirits. You never knew whether those spirits protected your food or the mice. But still, you left the milk. You glance out the window toward the shed. A small shadow darts along the fence post. A mouse? Or a bird? You don't check. You don't want to know. Instead, you sip your mash, tuck your feet up under your cloak, and listen to the crackle of the fire. Tomorrow, you'll check the traps. Tomorrow, you'll patch more holes. And tomorrow, hopefully, the barley will still be safe. For now, the granary holds, and that's enough. The first sound you hear this morning is the soft moo of a cow just outside your window. Not distressed, just bored. You sit up, stretch, and wince as your spine pops like dry kindling. That's what you get for sleeping on straw and dreams. Today is for the animals. You pull on your cloak, now cold and stiff near the hem where it absorbed yesterday's snow. As you step outside, the air bites, not as sharply as before, but enough to remind you it's still winter. Across the yard, the barn door swings slightly on its hinges, creaking like it's also tired of this weather. Your animals, what few you have, are as crucial to your survival as the barley in the granary or the leeks under straw. But they're also, let's be honest, a lot more dramatic about it. You push open the barn door and are greeted by a smell that's half comfort, half ammonia. Inside, it's dim but warmer than the outdoors. The body heat of 2 cows, 4 sheep, and an aggressively moody rooster has worked its magic. Historians agree that medieval barns were often designed for shared warmth. Livestock on one side, humans on the other. In especially harsh regions, it wasn't uncommon for families to sleep in the same structure as their animals. Cozy? Absolutely. Smelly? Unquestionably. You approach the cows first. They shift lazily, eyes half-lidded, steam rising off their flanks like boiling kettles. You check their water trough, mostly frozen, and break the crust of ice with a small axe. The cows blink at you with grateful indifference. Next, the sheep. They're bunched into the corner like a nervous choir. One eyes you suspiciously as you toss them armfuls of hay. They resume chewing like nothing happened. Your spouse enters with a pail of grain for the hens. The rooster crows at you, at the pail, at the concept of morning itself. You consider arguing, but he's been here longer. You kneel to check the nest boxes. 1 egg, just 1. It's still warm, and you cradle it like a rare gem. In this season, eggs are luxuries, fragile, fleeting, and instantly frozen if not collected on time. You tuck it inside your sleeve like a treasure. Quirky fact, some medieval farmers would sew padded pouches into their winter tunics specifically to carry eggs and keep them warm. One noblewoman was said to wear a goose feather-lined vest with hidden egg pockets. You don't have that. You have your armpit. You shovel out the worst of the barn muck, adding it to a growing pile near the back fence. Another layer for the compost heap. Another offering to the future lettuce gods. Historians still argue over just how dependent medieval farming systems were on livestock manure. Some records suggest it was essential. Others claim plant matter alone was enough. You suspect it depended less on region and more on how many cows you could politely beg from your neighbor. Back inside the barn, you rub one of the cow's ears for warmth. She flicks it away like you're interrupting her dreams. Fair enough. You lead her to the tethering post and brush her down, the rough bristles dragging through her winter coat like a rake through hay. She exhales heavily, almost annoyed, but doesn't move. That's basically a love letter, by cow standards. Your spouse finishes feeding the chickens and starts sorting through the pile of wool sheared before the cold truly hit. You've been saving it for insulation. Maybe some will line your boots. Or maybe it'll plug that persistent draft in the granary. The animals fed and watered. You turn to your secret plan, building them a little extra warmth. You've gathered dried reeds, moss, and leftover straw to stuff into the barn walls. It's not glamorous carpentry, but if it stops one draft, it'll be worth the effort. You wedge the mix between the timbers, humming softly as you work. The cows watch, vaguely judging you. The sheep, as usual, pretend you don't exist. A mouse scurries past your boot. You salute it. It's not your grain. It's after today. Not your problem. For now. Later, your spouse brings out a pot of something hot. Parsnip stew. Again, you eat it on the barn step, sharing quiet words and watching the cows chew with the kind of slowness that only winter permits. You look out across the yard. Snow is melting along the edges of the fence, revealing patches of frozen mud. The chicken coop sags a little, its roof half slipped. Another job for tomorrow. But tonight, everyone is fed. Everyone is warm, or as close to it as this season allows. You pocket the egg, now cool but unbroken, and whisper a small thanks to the hen who laid it. Inside, you light a small candle and sit with your back to the fire, cloak still dusted with straw. You can hear the animals in the barn shifting, snorting, sighing in their sleep. They don't know how cold it is. They just breathe. They just endure. You envy them for that. But you're not doing too badly either. You wake to the smell of smoke, but not the alarming kind. It's the cozy, woody kind. The scent of preservation, of possibility. You pull on your layers with the muscle memory of a medieval winter survivor and step into the half-light of dawn. Today is for food that waits. You walk across the yard, boots squelching in half-thawed mud, and head toward the smokehouse. It's a crooked little shed with a door that never shuts right, and a roof held together by wishful thinking and dried moss. But inside, magic. Salty, smoky, winter-proof magic. You open the door and let the warm haze roll over you. Inside, slabs of salted pork hang from wooden beams like sleepy bats. Strings of dried beans sway gently. A basket of cabbage leaves, now smoky and almost leathery, sits by the hearth. It smells, let's be honest, like someone tried to cook dinner in an ashtray. But it works. Historians agree that food preservation in medieval times was a constant, ongoing process, not a seasonal chore. Smoke, salt, and ice were the holy trinity. If you weren't preserving something in winter, you were probably running out of things to eat. You check each hanging item with care, pressing gently, sniffing, tapping like a chef-turned-blacksmith. The pork is firm, dry at the edges. Good. The beans have held their shape, rattling like little maracas when you shake the braid. You grab a woven basket and start selecting what might be dinner. A chunk of salted mutton, some dried cabbage, and, if the gods are kind, a fistful of wrinkled apples from the crate under the bench. You eye one with a suspicious blemish. Your spouse will likely cut around it and then make you eat it. Back inside the cottage, the hearth is already lit. Your spouse is boiling water with wild garlic and dried nettles. The smell is pungent, like a medieval spring cleaning. You toss in your smoky ingredients, and the room slowly fills with the scent of survival. You sit by the fire and stare into the flames. Remember when you tried to salt your own fish last year and forgot to gut them first? Yeah, so does everyone. The stench took weeks to leave, maybe months. Maybe it's still here, hiding in the walls. Quirky fact: in some alpine villages, people smoke not just meat and fish, but cheese, cabbage, and even bread. The goal wasn't gourmet, it was endurance. A loaf might turn to rock, but it wouldn't mold. And in February, that counts as success. You check the root basket again. A few soft turnips, a lone onion that looks like it's had a rough week, and a small lump of hardened butter wrapped in cloth like a sacred relic. You set it on the hearthstone to thaw. Slowly. Outside, the wind has picked up again, flinging bits of hay across the yard like it has something to prove. You duck back into the smokehouse to check the salt bins. Big wooden troughs filled with what used to be fine sea salt, but now feels like damp gravel. Inside, you've buried 2 jars of preserved beans and 1 desperate-looking head of kale. You dig them out, brush them off, and nod. Still edible. Probably. Historians still debate just how diverse the medieval winter diet really was. Some records suggest a near monotony of pottage and porridge. Others point to spice imports, creative storage methods, and clever foraging that allowed for more variety. Either way, your version of variety tonight is turnip and something smoky. Your spouse adds a handful of lentils to the pot. The smell improves immediately. You pretend not to notice how they also snuck in a sliver of last autumn's dried apple. Luxury. You wrap a cloth around your shoulders and sit with your bowl of stew, the steam curling up like a blessing. It's not exciting, but it's hot. It coats your ribs in that slow, medieval way that says, you won't be hungry again until mid-afternoon. You remember stories from older farmers, how they used to bury meat in barrels packed with snow, cover it in straw, and pray for the weather to hold. You've done it too. Right now, out behind the shed. There's a rabbit you trapped and packed in snow, like it's waiting to audition for dinner in April. You glance out the window. The sun is doing its usual low loop across the horizon, unsure whether it's rising or setting. Either way, the shadows stretch across your yard like spilled ink. You clean your bowl with a crust of bread so tough it could double as a weapon. You chew thoughtfully. It's not the best bread. It's not even recent bread. But it carries the smoke flavor like a badge of honor. You sit by the fire, shoulders slouched, eyes heavy. The stew settles in your belly like warmth made edible, and you feel, just for a moment, like a well-fed wizard who conjured dinner out of salt, smoke, and sheer willpower. Outside, the wind batters the smokehouse, but the beams hold. Inside, the fire glows, the stew pot bubbles, and your heart, however quietly, feels full. The cottage is warmer than usual when you wake. thanks to the stew pot simmering all night and the bodies that breathed soft clouds into the air while sleeping. You stretch, roll your shoulders, and listen. Outside, there's a stillness, not the eerie kind, but the kind that comes before something begins, or before someone gets hungry. Today, you're preparing for a winter feast. Don't get excited. It's not a grand affair with roasted boar and honeyed wine. It's more like creative optimism on a plate. A little of this, a little of that, a lot of imagination, and maybe, just maybe, enough flavor to feel celebratory. You step outside, and the snow crunches lightly underfoot. It's melting just enough to reveal patches of last year's straw near the cottage wall. You check the snow-packed barrel behind the shed. The rabbit's still frozen solid. That'll be the centerpiece, if you can thaw it before next week. You return to the smokehouse to retrieve a few more dried vegetables and, miraculously, a smoked sausage saved for special occasions. Your spouse raises an eyebrow when you bring it in. Is today special? They ask. You nod, solemnly. It's not special. They accept this logic. Historians agree that feasts during the medieval winter months weren't just about food. They were events, tied to saints' days, solstices, or simply the need to break the monotony of boiled roots. They were often communal, everyone bringing something, no matter how small. A fistful of grains, a jar of preserved plums, a wheel of cheese that squeaks when cut. You start to gather ingredients, real and theoretical. The stew pot still has leftovers. There's a turnip that's only slightly insulting, a carrot that could be revived with kindness. You toss them into the pot with some of the barley soaked overnight in weak ale. You chop slowly, deliberately, like you're crafting something sacred. Outside, your neighbor passes by, pulling a sled loaded with kindling and a very reluctant goat. You wave. They wave. The goat stares into your soul. As goats do, you invite them to the feast. Not today, but in 2 days' time. They nod, then hold up 2 shriveled onions as an RSVP. That's practically an embrace. Inside, your spouse is making hard bread soft again by dunking it in broth. You dig out the cloth bundle where you've hidden the dried berries since last autumn. A handful remain. They taste like sour memories and sunlit hedges. Perfect. Quirky fact. In medieval France, there were winter bread puddings made from soaked crusts, animal fat, and, if you were lucky, dried fruit or nuts. Some called it poor man's tart. You call it what's for dessert. You add your handful of berries to a clay dish of crumbled bread and a ladle of thin milk. It soaks while you stir the stew. You toss in a slice of sausage. Your spouse gasps like you just burned a cathedral. You shrug. Feast day. Historians still argue whether winter feasts were more about morale or nutrition. The answer is probably both. A hot meal with friends and fermented cabbage can carry a person through February in ways science still can't measure. You hang dried herbs from the rafters to freshen the air. It mostly smells like smoke and onions, but it feels intentional. You sweep the dirt floor. You set out 2 unchipped bowls. You even polish the spoon handles with a rag. Feasting isn't about abundance. It's about notice, about saying, this meal matters, even if it's the same soup with slightly more sausage. Later that evening, you light 2 candles, one for the table, one for the windowsill. The snow glows faintly outside. Inside, your tiny cottage smells like hope and garlic. You and your spouse sit down, elbows touching, feet resting near the hearth. You ladle out the stew. The sausage is tender. The barley has thickened. The turnip has, against all odds, become almost pleasant. You eat slowly, savoring each bite, like it's the last warm thing you'll ever taste. You pass the bread pudding. It's sweet. Barely, but sweet. You toast with mugs of watered ale. You talk about nothing. Weather. The neighbor's goat. A dream involving cabbages and fire. You laugh once, not a big laugh, but real. Outside, the wind brushes the door like a curious visitor. Inside, you eat. Together. Warm. Safe. Tomorrow. The snow will fall again. The work will return. The stew will go back to being ordinary. But tonight is a feast. You step outside in the pre-dawn gloom. The air thick with a dampness that clings to your skin like a moody blanket. The feast is over. The bowls are washed. And the sausage is just a pleasant memory. Now, the slow return to routine. Except today, your routine involves staring at the sky and trying to predict the future. Because now begins the season of obsession. Specifically, weather. Your neighbors might call you superstitious, but you've developed a system, part logic, part folklore, part desperation. You squint at the sky. High clouds drifting east could mean snow, or maybe rain, or maybe nothing. You shrug. So far, your hit rate is slightly better than the monk who reads wind direction by how hard his cloak flaps. You trudge toward your field, pausing to check the frost line on the fence post. It's risen. That's good. Or bad, depending on who you ask. Historians agree. Medieval farmers were obsessed with the weather, and for good reason. A surprise frost could kill an early planting. A long winter could spoil your stores. Too much rain? Rot. Too little? Dust. The weather decided whether you feasted or fasted, and you had zero control over it. You pass under the bare branches of the orchard, 3 gnarled apple trees older than your grandfather's lies. You look at the bark for lichen. You look at the moss to see which side it grows on. You look at the trees like they might whisper their secrets if you're patient enough. Inside your cottage, your spouse is marking days on the wooden calendar. Not dates, just notches. Snow. Melt. Clear. Fog. It looks like a tiny, confused forest. You add your own tally. Sky was yellow this morning. Might be omen. Or just weird light. Quirky fact, some medieval farmers swore by weather saints. Like Saint Medard, said to control rain, or Saint Swithin, whose feast day could predict the next 40 days of weather. Others relied on animal signs, birds flying low, dogs eating grass, or cows lying down all at once. Yesterday, your cows lay down, stood up, then lay down again. Mixed signals. You decide to consult your most trusted source, the chickens. You head to the coop. The rooster is already awake, looking morally disappointed in everything. You observe the hens. Are they eating quickly? Are they avoiding the shaded parts of the yard? Did one sneeze? You're not sure what a chicken sneeze sounds like. But if any bird could weaponize passive aggression, it's a hen. Your spouse joins you outside, holding a scrap of linen painted with stars and moons. It's the family's mooncloth, used by your aunt to predict frost dates. No one knows how it works, least of all your aunt. You both stare at the sky together. Clouds roll across like slow ships. You say, "That's a snow sky." They say, "That's a lying sky." You compromise. Check the cabbages. You pull back the straw from the cabbage patch. The leaves are damp but intact. You brush your fingers across one, still firm. You whisper encouragement, as if your words might act like sunlight. Historians still argue whether medieval farmers had genuine meteorological instincts or were just incredibly good guessers. The truth, as always, is somewhere in between. You don't have charts or barometers. You have a lifetime of patterns and a gut that clenches when the wind shifts westward. You walk the edges of your property, checking familiar spots. The puddle near the sheep pen, still frozen at the edges. The moss by the stable, darker today. The barn roof, dripping. Each sign adds to your internal weather map, which is always wildly inaccurate but lovingly detailed. You pass a neighbor hauling firewood and shout, "Feels like snow," they reply. "Feels like soup." Fair enough. Back inside, you make your weather notes with a stick of charcoal on a flat piece of bark. Next to the chicken sketch from last week and the diagram of which seeds made it to March last year. You call it your farm grimoire. Your spouse calls it the dirt book. You both sit by the hearth, sipping thin tea and watching the window as if it might blink first. Outside, the wind begins to pick up again. Not loud, just enough to stir the dried herbs hanging from the rafters. You wonder, idly, if anyone in history has ever correctly predicted the arrival of spring. Maybe some Roman priest once got it right by sheer accident and got promoted to weather god. You'd settle for a warm Tuesday. You climb into bed that night still thinking about the sky, about the way the snow glitters before it falls, about the smell of rain that hasn't happened yet, about the way the wind sometimes changes direction, mid-sentence, like it's telling a better story than you are. You close your eyes and dream of planting peas under a sun that hasn't shown up yet. The wind howls gently outside, and you sleep with one ear tuned to the weather, just in case. It starts with the creak of the storage chest, then the sharp click of the iron latch, a long sigh, and the soft shuffle of boots over the floor. You open your eyes to see your spouse already awake, already moving, already digging through the linen bundles at the foot of the bed. You know what day it is. It's inventory day, but not for tools or grain. Today, you're counting onions. You sit up slowly, stretch, and run a hand through your hair, which now behaves less like hair and more like dry wool. Your knees complain. Your back mumbles. But still, you stand. Outside, it's quiet again. A thick frost has settled over everything like powdered sugar on an already terrible cake. You grab your cloak, tie the string, and brace for the cold. You and your spouse head toward the storage alcove, an odd-shaped nook built into the coldest part of the house. It's where you keep the long-keeping vegetables, mostly onions and garlic, tied in braids and hung from the beams like garlands of sharp, edible hope. You start counting, your fingers moving over each bulb like rosary beads. One braid has 15 onions, 7 of them soft. Another braid, untouched for weeks, still holds strong. You nod. Progress. Historians agree that women played a central role in managing food stores during the medieval winter. They rationed, inventoried, bartered, and preserved, often with meticulous care, and surprisingly complex systems, some oral, some scratched into beams, or bone. You whisper numbers as you go. 32 decent onions, 7 suspect, 4 deceased. Your spouse jots each figure onto a thin plank of wood, scratched with charcoal. You call it the ledger. They call it future arguments in writing. Near the back of the alcove, you find a small linen pouch containing a rare treasure, dried rosemary. Not much, just a pinch. Enough to turn one bland meal into a slightly less bland memory. You return to the hearth and lay the surviving onions out across the bench. They gleam in the firelight like medieval jewels. You'll use 3 tonight. That feels indulgent. But after all this cold, something comforting is required. You begin to peel them slowly. The skins fall away like paper-thin whispers, curling near the flames. Your spouse watches from across the room and says nothing. They know what you're thinking. These aren't just onions. They're days. Days you can stretch. Days you can turn into soup. Days that give you a buffer between now and whatever spring decides to be. You remember a story your mother told you. During the worst winter of her youth, she counted onions like candles on an Advent wreath. 1 per week. If she had 4, she believed she'd survive until thaw. Superstition? Maybe. Math? Also maybe. A quirky tradition? In some parts of medieval Germany, women would whisper little wishes into their onions before storing them. Promises of health, fertility, good weather. It's said that a whisper into garlic had more bite, but onion dreams lasted longer. You look over at your spouse, who's now flipping through the fabric scraps you've been saving for mending. Their hands are red from the cold, their eyes a little tired. You pull out one of the nicer onions, large, firm, streaked with pale violet, and toss it across the table. That one's for tonight, you say. They smile, barely, but enough. Historians still argue about the balance of labor in medieval households. What tasks fell to women? Which to men? How flexible those lines were in the face of survival. But here, in your cottage, it's simple. You both do what must be done. Whoever reaches the firewood first brings it in. Whoever has warmer hands peels the onions. The stew pot sings quietly as you drop the sliced onions in. They hiss, sizzle, and then melt into the broth like they were born for this moment. The smell wraps around the room slowly, sweet, savory, grounding. You feel something in your chest unclench. Later, you sit together, bowls in hand, blowing gently on the steaming soup. There's nothing fancy here, just barley, onion, a bit of dried herb, and water, but you chew it slowly, like you've earned every bite. You watch your spouse as they spoon their last few sips. Then, as if it's a habit, they count under their breath again. 28 left. You nod. Enough for a few weeks, maybe more. You tuck the tally plank behind the hearth, a little closer to the fire than last time. Just enough warmth to remind the wood it holds a future. You fall asleep that night to the lingering scent of broth in your hair and fire on your fingertips. Somewhere nearby, 38 onions hang in a quiet, sacred row. And tomorrow, there will still be 37. The wind returned last night. You heard it pressing against the shutters like a beggar trying to barter his way inside. Soft at first, then suddenly furious, as if offended you didn't answer. You step outside to assess the damage. The snowdrifts have shifted again, burying the path to the barn. flattening the cloche frames over your hotbeds and toppling one of the hay baskets you'd left by the fence. It's the kind of morning that starts not with coffee, but with silence and a very deep sigh. You grab the shovel and begin the slow process of carving out the path again. The snow is wetter than it was last week. That could mean the thaw is closer. Or it could mean the next storm is going to be slushier. Either way, you shovel. As you work, your thoughts drift, as they often do this time of year, to what happens if nothing grows. You're not being dramatic. This isn't poetic musing. It's a spreadsheet in your head. How many sacks of grain are left? How many eggs this week? How many turnips without suspicious spots? You've survived bad harvests before. But one bad season is an inconvenience. 2 in a row is a story people tell their grandchildren. 3? That's when people start carving bones into dice and calling it planning. Historians agree that food insecurity was a recurring feature of medieval life, especially in colder regions or during the tail end of the so-called Little Ice Age. Failed crops didn't just mean hunger. They meant disease, migration, and in extreme cases, entire villages vanishing from records. Your spouse joins you with a basket of kindling and a look that says, "I've already worried about this twice this morning." You both nod in shared understanding. Then keep working. Later, inside the cottage, you gather your old seed pouch. It's just a cloth bundle tied with twine and blessed with equal parts hope and dirt. You open it carefully, spilling its contents onto the table. Small piles of barley, peas, lentils, a few bean seeds that have seen better decades. You count them with reverence, not because they're precious, but because they're all you've got. You remember how last season's harvest was late, stunted, bitter tasting. You blamed the rain. Your neighbor blamed the moon. Your spouse blamed that weird goose that showed up in May and stared at us for a week. Maybe all 3. You divide the seeds into piles. 1 for planting, 1 for bartering, and 1 for emergency soup. The last one is a joke. Kind of. Historians still argue over how much medieval peasants relied on communal support in bad years. Some records suggest tightly knit systems of mutual aid, shared grain, neighbor-to-neighbor borrowing. Others point to hoarding, suspicion, and the ever-present tension between generosity and scarcity. Likely, it was both. You've seen both. You've shared onions with neighbors, and you've watched them nail shut their cellars during famine whispers. You light a candle and begin patching your seed pouch. The stitching is loose, the cloth thinning, but it's held this long, and you're not about to doubt it now. Later, you visit your neighbor. Yes, the one with the suspicious goose. You bring 2 eggs and ask, gently, whether they've got any dry beans to trade. They nod. No words, just a scoop into your bag, and a quiet moment where you both pretend the snow isn't melting into your boots. Quirky fact, in parts of medieval Eastern Europe, farmers would bury a few seeds in clay pots, then seal them with wax and place them on the hearth, not to plant, but as symbols of protection. A literal backup plan in a jar. You don't have wax, but you do have jars. You return home and place a few seeds in an old jam jar, now empty but clean. You seal it with cloth, tie it with string, and place it near the window. A charm, a superstition, a small act of defiance. That night, You stew the last of your sprouted barley with dried cabbage. The flavor is optimistic. You eat slowly, letting the warmth fill more than just your belly. You talk softly with your spouse about spring, about the planting plan, about whether carrots can forgive you for last year, and you say, without irony, if it's a bad harvest again, we'll figure something out. Because you will. Because you have to. Because that's what farming in freezing climates teaches you. Hope isn't a feeling. It's a tool. And you sharpen it every winter. The air smells different this morning. Not like wood smoke or onions or manure. It smells wet. Not frozen. Not dry. Just alive. Like something underneath the ground, just turned over and exhaled for the first time in months. You step outside, and for the first time this year, your boots sink. Just slightly. Just enough to feel the soft give of thawing earth beneath your feet. You stop walking mid-step and stare down, as if the dirt has whispered something sacred. It's not spring yet, not by a long shot. But the final frost is blinking, groggy, almost ready to let go. You kneel down and dig your fingers into the topsoil. Cold, damp, but not hard. You grin, not because the work is over, but because this means the work can begin again. Today, you'll walk the land, not with dread, but with readiness. Every hollow you checked all winter, the south wall, the garden bed behind the barn, the compost heap that steamed through February. It's time to see what lived, what made it. You check the hotbed first. The frame is bent, one corner caved in under a heavy snowdrift. But inside, beneath the clear cover, the spinach shoots are real, small, green, proud little flags of victory rising from the rot. You run a finger across a leaf and whisper, "You brave little fool." The stone wall near the field has held its place. The soil beside it is wet, but not waterlogged. A good place for early peas. You press your hand into it and imagine the roots curling down, trembling at the warmth. Historians agree that the arrival of spring in medieval Europe was less about dates and more about soil behavior, when the plow could finally break the crust, when the chickens started laying more than one sad egg a week, when the cows stopped shivering quite so much. That's when spring began. Quietly. Not with trumpets. With mud. Your spouse is already by the barn, pulling seed pouches from their hideaway behind the beams. You meet them halfway. No words. Just shared weight. Shared warmth. Shared anticipation. You begin clearing the beds. Straw gets lifted, turned into mulch. The cabbages look haunted, but salvageable. You find a single beetroot that overwintered under the leaves. You hold it up like a relic. Your spouse actually claps. Later, you both sit by the compost pile and turn it with shovels. Steam rises in ribbons, and the smell, earthy, rich, a little offensive, is perfect. You're feeding the ground now, not just covering it, not just surviving. You're starting again. Quirky fact: in some medieval villages, spring was welcomed with ceremonial first plowings, often led by oxen wearing garlands, guided by farmers singing blessings. You don't have garlands, but you do hum a little as you dig. Something slow, something that sounds like new beginnings. Historians still debate whether medieval farmers had official planting days or simply went out the moment the frost lifted. Based on how quickly you're already elbow deep in soil, you're voting for the latter. You carry a small bundle of pea seeds to the corner by the fence and press them into the soil. One by one. Your fingers ache. Your knees are soaked. But your heart feels weirdly light. Like maybe this year won't betray you. Like maybe the earth still remembers what to do. You step back and brush your hands on your tunic, now streaked with mud. The sun has fully climbed now. Not warm, exactly, but insistent. The snow is shrinking visibly along the roof edges. A single bee drifts past your face like it's lost, or early, or both. Back inside, you sit by the hearth and sip something hot. Your hands still smell like soil and onions. Your shoulders ache from good work. You glance at your seed jars on the shelf. All of them are still here. You didn't need the emergency stash. Not this year. Your spouse reaches across the table and places a single spinach leaf into your hand. You both eat in silence, chewing the tiniest bite of victory like it's a roasted feast. Outside, the thaw continues. Beneath the barn, the mice are already plotting. And beneath your boots, the earth has started to sing again. Now that your boots are drying by the door and the tools are leaning quietly in their place, you sit once more by the hearth. The last coals of the day glow softly beneath a blanket of ash, and the room has taken on that hush that only comes at the end of a long, honest day. Outside, the sky fades from pewter to indigo. No dramatic sunset, just a slow softening of the light until even the snow gives up its glow. The air has gone still. No wind, no birds, just the faint creak of wood settling in the walls. Like the cottage itself is letting out a deep, satisfied breath. You stretch your legs beneath the table and feel the pull in your calves from all that squatting and digging. It's a good ache, a tired ache, the kind that says you did something real today, even if no one else saw it, even if no one ever will. You glance at the seeds on the shelf, the little leaf in your hand, the soot on your fingers. They're small things, but they're the kind that keep you going. You lean your head back, close your eyes, and listen to the fire, to your breathing, to the quiet rhythm of a world that is, at last, shifting. You don't know if the harvest will be good. You don't know what storms still lie ahead. But for now, in this fading light, wrapped in the hush of soil and smoke and soft wool, you feel safe. And slowly, gently, you let yourself drift downward, inward, deeper. Sleep comes like spring, quiet, steady, and finally here. How medieval lovers flirted without saying a word. We're slipping quietly into a world of hushed glances, heavy cloaks, flickering firelight, and unspoken yearning. A medieval world where flirting wasn't loud or obvious, but slow, subtle, and very, very risky. You'll stand at the edge of a wooden tavern bench, ale sloshing quietly in your cup, pretending you don't see the person across the room who's definitely pretending not to see you. In this time and place, there are no dating apps, no sultry DMs, and certainly no candlelit confessionals. No. Here, you flirt like your life, or at least your dignity, depends on it. Because it kind of does. You're sitting at a long, uneven bench in a tavern that smells like roasted onions, stale straw, and whatever spilled last night. The fire crackles in the hearth, half a pig turning on a spit, its scent drifting through the haze of smoke and gossip. Around you, voices hum with stories, debts, and too many tankards of ale. But your eyes keep drifting back to the far corner. They're sitting there, cloak draped just so, fingers tracing the rim of a wooden cup, not looking at you, but absolutely, definitely aware of your presence. And so begins the first move, a glance. Not too fast, not too direct, just enough to catch a flicker of attention, to plant a tiny question. Was that eye contact? Or just flickering firelight? You take another sip of your drink to stall, to breathe, to pretend. In medieval taverns, especially in villages where everyone knew everyone and nobody ever shut up, the smallest gesture could mean everything. A glance across the ale bench wasn't innocent. It was a calculated risk. People noticed. People talked. Historians still argue whether these moments were truly planned or simply instinctual. The slow evolution of a culture that couldn't afford open courtship, but found ways to flirt through the fog of propriety. What's certain is this: a look, a smile, even a shift in posture could ripple through a room like a dropped spoon during a prayer. You shift slightly, turning toward the fire, your shoulder now just angled enough that your presence is open, inviting, but not obvious. You set down your cup, fingertips brushing the surface of the table, tapping once, then twice. Nothing meaningful. Unless someone's paying attention. They are. They reach for their cup. Their fingers mirror yours. Thumb to the rim. Same pause. Same tap. Your stomach does a small, ridiculous dance. A song begins. Lute strings. Soft and slightly sharp. The musician near the fire sings about longing, about cloisters and curtains and women who sigh into embroidery. You pretend not to listen. But it's the perfect excuse to look over again. They're looking back, not smiling. That would be too much. Just there. Still. Stillness that speaks louder than movement ever could. You reach up and adjust your cloak, pulling it over one shoulder, just enough to reveal the edge of your sleeve, embroidered. A soft pattern of vines and knots. A bit of showmanship. Maybe they'll notice. Maybe they've already memorized it. The serving maid drops a trencher of bread in front of you and mutters something about your tab. You nod, absently. Your thoughts are across the room. In medieval flirtation, direct speech was rare. It could be dangerous, especially if one or both of you was betrothed, or married, or too far apart in class to ever admit anything real. But hints, glances, posture, those were fair game. Mostly. You pick up a piece of bread, tear it slowly, dip it into the stew you didn't order but came anyway. You glance again, and this time, they smile. Just a flicker. Just a corner of the mouth. But it's enough to knock the breath out of your chest like you've run up a bell tower. Quirky detail. In some medieval courtly settings, lovers practiced the look back, where one would glance, then look away, then glance again, hoping the other would time it perfectly. A silent choreography of attention, a game of mirrors and patience. You try it now. Look away. Breathe. Look back. They're gone. Your heart plummets. Briefly, you scan the room. There, at the hearth. Closer now. They've moved. Just one seat over. Now near the flames. Their cup nearly empty. Eyes scanning the fire. Not looking at you. But they moved. And that means something. You stand. Not suddenly. not dramatically. You stretch, like the heat has finally reached your bones. You wander toward the fire, cup in hand, not too close, just within the warmth, just within reach. They shift slightly to the side, making room. Not an invitation, just convenience. You sit close enough to feel the warmth of the hearth on your left cheek and the warmth of them on your right. You both stare into the fire and say nothing. Not because there's nothing to say, but because everything has already been said. The fire pops softly beside you, casting flickering light across the floorboards and across the edge of their cloak, where a bit of fraying embroidery has come loose. Just a thread, curling like a question mark. You resist the urge to reach out and smooth it. That would be too much. Not yet. Instead, you shift your weight, letting your elbow rest lightly on the table behind you. Not so you can touch them, just so you're close. Just so the air between you shortens by a few breaths. They still haven't looked your way, but their cup turns slightly in their hand. The rim now points toward you. A minor adjustment, but a bold one. You do the same. This is the language now. Slow, deliberate, quiet. Everything else is noise. The tavern hums with voices, laughter, clanking mugs. But none of it cuts into this strange little stillness you now share. You're aware of your hands now, and they're aware of theirs. And that's exactly where this next step begins. Because in the medieval world, flirtation wasn't just about glances. It was about fabric, about what you touched, what you dropped, and what you accidentally left behind. You watch as their hand brushes against the edge of their sleeve. A subtle movement, like scratching an itch, but just enough to draw your attention to it. The fabric is soft linen, dyed a modest green. Nothing rich, nothing flashy. But on the inside cuff, you see something glint. Just for a second. A stitch. Gold thread. A looped flourish. Maybe a family sigil. Maybe nothing. They drop their hand again. Historians agree that small items, kerchiefs, cuffs, ribbons, lace fragments, were often used as quiet signals of affection or intent. In courtly circles, gifting a token was a formalized ritual. But among commoners, the gestures were more subtle, more improvisational, more dangerous. You glance down at your own sleeve. You wore the one with the faded blue edge on purpose today, the one you mended last month with thread you bartered for. You know it's not flashy, but it's neat. You hope they noticed. Then comes the classic, the handkerchief. They stand, smoothly, gracefully, like they've just remembered something. And as they turn, something falls. A square of linen, perfectly folded, perfectly dropped. You freeze. You don't look at them. You can't. That would shatter the moment. But your eyes flick to the linen, now lying at your feet, like an invitation you're pretending not to see. Quirky detail. In some parts of 14th century France, women were said to accidentally drop embroidered cloths near the men they admired, often stitched with a flower, a word, or a symbol. If the man picked it up and kept it, the meaning was clear. If he returned it, with a smile, even clearer. If he ignored it, well, that was an answer too. You wait. 3 breaths, then you lean down slowly, no rush, and pick it up. The linen is fine, a bit worn, but folded with care. No embroidery on the visible side, but your fingertips find something at the corner. A single small knot. Not a mistake. You look up. They're still walking. Slowly. Toward the back door, where the air is colder and the tavern's noise fades into quiet. You rise and follow. You move with the same pace. No hurry. But not lingering either. Outside, the air smells like smoke and thawing mud. The sky is low and purpled with early dusk. They're leaning against the wooden rail near the stable, cloak wrapped around their shoulders. You approach. They don't speak. You hold out the handkerchief. They take it. Slowly. Their fingers brush yours, and you both feel the weight of it. That soft spark. Not a jolt. Not a blaze. Just a flicker. A confirmation. Historians still argue whether these kinds of exchanges, handkerchiefs, dropped gloves, pieces of ribbon, were meaningful across social classes, or primarily rituals of courtly love. But the evidence shows up everywhere. In folk ballads, in sermon warnings, in grandmotherly gossip passed down like family recipes. You step back, just a bit, letting the moment breathe. They smile. Finally, just a hint, and then tuck the handkerchief back into their sleeve. You don't need to say anything. In fact, it would ruin it. Instead, you point toward the sky and shake your head like, well, looks like more rain's coming. They nod. They agree. Then say, very softly, thank you. You nod in return. And when they walk back inside, you stand there for a moment longer, looking at the stable wall, still warm from where their shoulder leaned. Back inside, the tavern has shifted. A new song is playing. The mood is looser, louder. A bard sings something bawdy near the hearth. No one notices your re-entry, but someone across the room knows. And your sleeve smells faintly of lavender and risk. The next morning comes early and cold, as most medieval mornings do. You wake to the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer and the smell of damp straw. Your bones protest the idea of movement, but the chores won't wait. They never do. Still, as you pull on your boots and tug your cloak tight, your mind isn't on firewood or chickens. It's on them. And the way their fingers brushed yours, and the way they walked away without ever really leaving. You head to the common yard behind the baker's cottage, where villagers gather in the late morning to do what needs doing. Mend things, borrow things, trade things. Today, you're here to help shell peas, or at least that's the excuse. You take your usual seat under the lean-to, a wooden bowl of dried peas in your lap, the task as mindless as it is slow. A handful of others are here already. One older woman humming a tune, two boys whispering and tossing empty pods at each other, and them. They arrive without fanfare, clutching their own basket and not looking at you. But they sit beside you anyway, just close enough that your elbows might touch if you shift. So you don't shift. Historians agree that communal chores in medieval life were often more than just necessity. They were social stages, places where gossip danced, promises lingered, and sometimes silent flirtations took root between bowls of beans and baskets of mending. You drop a pea pod into the bowl and let your fingers rest. Just for a second. They do the same. You glance at the same moment. Eye contact again. Not held, but acknowledged. It's a rhythm now. A dance. A sentence without words. The older woman beside you notices. She smiles. She hums louder. You both shell in silence, side by side, your hands moving almost in sync. You want to say something clever, something gentle. But what is there to say? Everything worth saying is already happening in the closeness, in the way your knees nearly brush when you reach for more pods. They pick up a cracked one and hold it up like a tiny, crumbling boat. Then they tilt their head and raise an eyebrow. You chuckle. Not loud. Just enough. They flick it toward your bowl like a gift. You catch it. Quirky fact. In some village traditions, it was said that if two people peeled an apple or shelled peas from the same harvest while sitting together, and their hands touched, they'd be entangled for a season. No one really knew what that meant, but everyone agreed it was better than a cold winter alone. You drop another handful into the bowl and brush a speck of chaff from your sleeve. Their eyes follow the movement, then return to their own work. You start counting how often their fingers pause near yours. You lose count. The boys get bored and run off. The older woman finishes her pile and shuffles away, mumbling something about chickens. Now it's just you two. Still shelling. Still close. Still pretending that time isn't doing strange things to the air between you. They reach for a pod at the exact moment you do. Fingers touch. Neither of you moves. You look up. So do they. For once, neither of you looks away. The wind picks up, tugging at the corner of your cloak. Somewhere nearby, a door slams. A rooster crows like he's just remembered he's late for something. But here, under the lean-to, all you can hear is the sound of your breathing and the soft creak of the bench. Historians still argue whether peasant flirtation was deliberate or accidental, whether these slow moments were acts of quiet resistance or simply the only way affection could survive between labor and silence. You suspect it's both. You say nothing, but your hands remain close, and your bowls, now half full, sit almost touching. Eventually, they rise, brushing the straw from their lap. You glance up. They lean down, not close, not scandalous, but enough for you to hear them whisper. Same time tomorrow? You nod, too quickly, but that's fine. And when they walk away, you notice their sleeves have the faintest stain of crushed pea pod. You smile. The task is the same, but now it's yours. You sit back and exhale, staring down at the pile of pale green in your bowl. Fingers stained with something that's not quite dirt. And as you get back to shelling, alone now, the rhythm of the task feels softer, sweeter, like something was said without either of you saying anything at all. The morning mist is thinner today, slipping between rooftops and fence posts, like it's not quite sure it's welcome anymore. You wrap your cloak tighter around your shoulders and make your way toward the fields, where the festival preparations have already begun. It's spring, barely, and the village is stirring with its first real sense of celebration since the frost began to retreat. That means garlands, hawthorn branches, soft bread shaped like birds, and a whole new arena for gestures too quiet to be spoken aloud. You're not really helping, not officially. You're just near things, offering assistance, loitering with dignity. And they're here, too. They're standing near the maypole, helping loop ribbons through the top. Their hair's tied back today. You think maybe it's a practical choice. You also think maybe it's to make it easier for you to see the soft curve of their neck. You pretend not to notice. You're very bad at pretending. They step back to admire the pole and catch your eye across the square. And that's when it begins again. The slow, secret conversation. Historians agree that medieval spring festivals, May Day, Beltane, Rogation days, were moments of thinly veiled mischief. Under the guise of welcoming fertility back to the land, people flirted in flower crowns, swapped bread tokens, and accidentally found themselves in meadows after dark. Not every story ended with marriage, but many began there. You pass a stall where garlands of hawthorn are being laid out in neat rows. Hawthorn, symbol of protection, growth, and, of course, dangerous attraction. You choose one. Not the prettiest, not the biggest, just the one with a small twist of red ribbon tucked behind the leaves. You turn toward them. They're busy handing out cloths to a pair of children, still talking, still laughing. You approach, slow, calm, and as you pass by, you hold the garland out, just far enough that they see it. You don't stop. You don't even speak. But you leave it hanging on the edge of the fence post beside them. A breath later, they turn. Their hand reaches for it, smooth and silent. They lift it to their face, not to smell it, but to see what you saw. Then they glance after you. You've already turned the corner. Quirky tradition. In certain regions, a garland left on a doorstep was a gesture of courtship. If accepted, the garland would be worn at the festival. If returned, well, it usually came back flattened or on fire. Later, during the mid-spring procession, you stand near the edge of the green. Villagers circle the maypole, singing soft songs about lambs, rain, and that one time St. Agnes fell asleep in a flower bed and dreamed of her husband. They enter the circle, and they're wearing it. The garland on their shoulder, not their head. A bit unconventional, a bit intentional. You press your lips together and pretend to be interested in a gooseberry tart that's slowly collapsing in your hand. Someone near you asks if you're dancing. You decline, politely. You're watching. They're dancing, though. The music is slow and strange, half hymn, half lullaby. You watch the ribbon circle twist and twist again, their steps weaving with the others. But every time the circle turns, every time they pass you, their eyes flick your way. A half-second glance, a held breath, a message, repeated with each lap. Historians still argue whether these festival dances were ever meant to be flirtatious, or if they were just symbolic, ritualistic, fertility-focused affairs. But in practice, they were the perfect excuse to be close, to brush shoulders, to smile too long. You step back toward the fence, letting the music wash over you. When the dance ends, the circle disperses slowly. People peel off to grab cider, to gossip about the smith's wife, to hide in barns. They walk toward you, now, not quickly, but not with hesitation either. You look at them. They look at you. They reach up, remove the garland from their shoulder, and place it gently on the fence between you. You pick it up, turn it slowly in your hands, and offer your best smile. Nice choice, you say. They raise one eyebrow. You have excellent taste. You both laugh. The garland goes back on their shoulder. You walk together toward the bakery tent, not touching, not speaking more than a few light phrases about the flavor of honey bread. But your arms nearly brush, and your hands stay close, and the wind catches their hair and flutters the edge of your sleeve like the start of something very old and very, very gentle. Evening settles in, like honey poured slowly over stone, thick, golden, and quiet. The village green has emptied. The ribbons at the maypole flutter tiredly in the breeze, and the remnants of half-eaten tarts and crumbled oatcakes have been carried off by dogs, chickens, and maybe one particularly stealthy goose. You should be home by now, but instead, you linger near the edge of the square, just beneath the oak tree, where the old bard used to sit and carve flutes from cherry wood. The air smells of wood smoke, crushed petals, and cider that's been spilled and scrubbed into the ground. And somewhere not far behind you, a lute begins to play. You know it's them before you even turn around. The melody is soft, hesitant, the kind of tune someone plays when they're not trying to impress you, just trying to speak without saying anything. Notes instead of nouns, chords instead of courage. You lean against the tree and listen. Historians agree that music was one of the most common languages of medieval romance, especially among those who couldn't afford letters, poets, or privacy. A love song played near a window, under a tree, or beside a market stall said more than a sermon ever could. And if the note stumbled or hit a wrong chord, that only made it more honest. The song they're playing isn't one you recognize. It meanders, a little dreamy, a little melancholy, but it holds together. You close your eyes, letting the sound fill the space where conversation might have gone. They finish the tune quietly, not drawing attention to the ending, as if the song wasn't meant to stop. It simply wandered off into silence. You turn to face them. They're holding the lute loosely in their lap, fingers still resting on the strings, not looking up. You sit beside them, not too close, but not far. You say, softly, "That was awful." They laugh. Finally, "Good," they say. "I wasn't aiming for perfect." You smile, letting your shoulder lean slightly toward theirs, the way trees lean toward sunlight without realizing it. Quirky tidbit. In some rural villages, there were unwritten duets of the heart. Tunes passed between couples over time. One would play the first part, and days, or even weeks, later, the other would play the response. A kind of long-distance conversation stretched out over season and song. They begin to strum again. This one's lighter, brighter. You recognize the tune, something old and teasing, the kind of melody sung during sheep shearing or while baking bread. It's not a love song, not on the surface, but you catch the meaning underneath. You hum along, badly, and they don't stop playing. Eventually, you join in with a line of lyrics, nothing poetic, just a fragment of a verse about a goose that fell in love with a duck and crossed 3 villages to find her. They nearly drop the lute laughing. You both double over for a moment, not from the joke itself, but from the relief of it, the release, the way laughter clears the air better than wind ever could. When the sound fades, you both just sit there, quiet. The sky is dark now. A few stars have pierced the clouds, and a soft fog has begun to roll in from the river, curling at your ankles like a secret. They pluck a final note on the lute, soft as a sigh, Historians still argue whether the wandering musicians of the medieval world, those lute-playing love messengers, were respected artists or tolerated nuisances. Either way, their influence on how people expressed affection cannot be overstated. Because sometimes, when you can't say what you feel, you hum it. You shift slightly on the bench. And they do too. Shoulders touch. You both go still. You stay like that for a long moment. No words. No music. No plans. Just presence. And in that quiet, you wonder, was this how it happened? All those years ago? Not in grand declarations, not in letters sealed with wax, but in shared benches, missed notes, and breath held just a second too long. You think probably, yes, eventually. They stand, stretch, hand you the lute like it's a dare. You take it, you play a single chord, it buzzes, terrible. They grin. Perfect. You both walk home in the same direction. No one says so. But you take the long way, through the meadow, past the chapel, through the space where the grass is damp and the world smells like 1,000 leaves trying to remember spring. You part at the crossroads with nothing more than a nod. But you both look back, and you both smile. The next day unfolds like a whispered secret. The air is warm enough to leave your cloak open, and the streets are alive with their usual noise. Carts creaking over stones, hens gossiping in corners, children shouting something unintelligible about frogs and destiny. You carry a basket in one hand, half filled with dried beans and eggs you're meant to trade. But your real mission lies ahead, the edge of the market, where the stalls thin out and the sun hits just right, and where they always walk around this time of day. You don't know if they're coming. Not for certain. But your feet move there anyway, like they know better than you do. There's something about market days, the way the crowd presses, the way voices rise and fall in waves, the way a stolen moment can happen in the space between a cabbage and a candle. You pass a vendor selling herbs bundled with ribbon. You pause. You pick one up. A sprig of sage tied with red thread. Not the most fragrant, but it catches the eye. You buy it with one egg. Overpaying, obviously. But it's not about the sage. You tuck it into your basket, then scan the crowd. And there they are, approaching slowly, carrying a basket of their own, filled with what looks like too many onions to be anyone's real plan. They see you. They don't smile. Not yet. You both make your way to the narrow corridor between the stalls, where the shade settles and the voices blur. You end up walking beside each other, just close enough that your shoulders nearly brush. You keep your eyes forward. They do the same. Historians agree that medieval markets were more than places of trade. They were centers of social energy, tension, and tiny dramas. And for those in love, or on the edge of it, they were stages, the perfect place for a wink, a whisper, a touch passed off as clumsiness. You stop at a fruit stand, pretend to consider a bruised apple. They stop too, pick up a pear, hold it out to you. No words. You take it, bite it. It's terrible. You both laugh. A woman beside you gives a sideways glance. You pretend not to see. You reach into your basket and pull out the sage bundle. Hold it loosely, like it might slip from your fingers if someone isn't fast. They take it. No hesitation. Tuck it into the corner of their basket beside a crust of bread. Still no words. The crowd swells again, and a group of children races through. shouting something about a donkey race. You both step aside, laughing, now shoulder to shoulder. You glance at their basket again. It's not just onions. There's a ribbon in there. Pale blue. Not new, but carefully folded, tied around nothing. Quirky tidbit, in several medieval towns, it was common for lovers to pass small gifts during market hours, tokens with no value except meaning. A feather, a sprig, a twist of cloth, if returned. It meant we're done. If worn, even tucked away in a sleeve, it meant we're still thinking about each other. They catch you looking. Reach into the basket. Remove the ribbon. They don't hand it to you. They just let you see it. Then, casually, they begin tying their basket closed with it, slowly, deliberately. Historians still argue whether these ribbon exchanges were widely practiced or just romanticized in folk songs. But the evidence, woven into poetry, painted into margins, stitched into sleeve linings, suggests this quiet ritual was as real as hunger. You offer your arm, just barely, as the crowd swells again. They loop theirs through yours. Still no words. You walk together, through the rest of the market like that, sometimes pausing to pretend to shop, sometimes pretending not to be listening to each other's breathing. At the edge of the stalls, just before the road curves toward the cottages, they pull away gently, unloop their arm, adjust their basket. You don't protest. They glance at you, and this time, finally, smile. And then they walk away, slowly, back into the maze of baskets and onions and warm bread smells. You reach into your own basket, pull out the pear they gave you, and take another bite. Still terrible. Still worth it. The monastery garden is unusually quiet today. You enter through the side gate, the one near the apothecary's shed, where the monks dry bundles of mint and rose hips and whisper loudly about who's been stealing their lavender. You're not supposed to be here exactly. Not forbidden, but not invited either. But the gate is always left slightly ajar this time of year. And you have your excuses ready. Delivering eggs, asking about nettle tea, checking on the herb beds, all perfectly reasonable lies. And besides, they're here too. You see them immediately, kneeling near the rosemary bush, gently pruning stems with a small knife. Their sleeves are rolled up. Their hair is tucked behind one ear. They glance up when they hear your footsteps, then lower their eyes again. It's a performance now, one you both know by heart. You crouch near the chamomile patch and pretend to inspect a weed. The air smells of crushed thyme, sun-warmed stone, and something fainter. Beeswax. Maybe, or them. You both tend the garden like strangers, except you're not. Historians agree that monastic gardens were some of the quietest and strangest places in medieval life, ostensibly devoted to prayer, medicine, and growing things that could be eaten or turned into tonics. They also became places of rare privacy, especially for women under vows or men under silence, where language was limited and gestures became currency. You pluck a stem of yarrow and tuck it behind your ear. It looks absurd. You know this. They know this. They glance up again, lips twitching. You place the yarrow carefully into your gathering cloth, pretending it's a very important plant with a very complicated purpose. They finish with the rosemary and move to the far edge of the wall, near the wattle fence. That part of the garden is mostly decorative. Sage, lavender, a stubborn fig tree that refuses to die. You follow. Eventually, not directly. You pause by the water barrel, refill your flask, lean on the edge like you have nowhere else to be. They look over once. You raise your eyebrows, point at the fig tree. They shrug. That means it's still not blooming. You nod. That means same as last week. You pluck a lavender sprig, hand it over. They take it without a word. Quirky monastic custom. Some gardens included a silent path where monks or nuns walked slowly in meditation, hands tucked into sleeves, heads bowed, but it was also a favored spot for passing notes, slipped into the slats of the fence, hidden beneath flower pots, or rolled into hollowed reeds. Technically against the rules, technically irresistible. You're not passing notes today, but the quiet between you feels like a letter. One written line by line in movement, pause, and shared breath. They kneel again, this time near the wall, fingers brushing through soft lamb's ear leaves. You kneel beside them. The stones beneath your knees are warm. For a while, neither of you moves. You ask, finally, barely above a whisper, "Do you come here often?" They snort, softly, but don't look up. You try again. "I hear the monks are terrible conversationalists." That earns you a look, sideways, long enough to count as a sentence. "They're less judgmental than I expected." You add. They smile faintly. They're listening from the window. You both look up. The narrow window above the wall is open just a crack. From inside, the sound of a prayer being chanted off-key drifts down. You stifle a laugh. They don't. You shift slightly closer, pretending to reach for a loose leaf. Your hands brush. Neither of you moves away. Historians still argue whether these monastic flirts were rare accidents or quietly accepted secrets. In theory, vows of chastity and separation were strict. In practice, gardens are full of shadows. And shadows forgive a lot. They sigh, finally, and say, "I shouldn't stay long." You nod. They stand, brush their hands on their apron, but before they walk away, they reach down and tuck something into your basket. You glance at it only after they're gone. A single violet, folded into a fig leaf. Not a declaration. Just a wordless punctuation mark. A pause. A promise to return. You sit there a little longer, listening to the bees, watching the wind ruffle the thyme. And somewhere inside you, something very small and very old begins to bloom. The sun hangs high and lazy when you arrive at the market again, basket in hand, and heart not entirely where it's supposed to be. You weave between carts of drying fish, wheels of hard cheese, and a suspiciously aggressive goose tied to a post near the butcher. Your feet move as if pulled, following a rhythm that's become familiar, quietly magnetic, like a song you half remember, but hum anyway. They're not here yet, or maybe they are, but hidden behind sacks of grain or clusters of gossiping spinsters. You take your time. Today, you're not looking for herbs or flirtation. Not directly. Today, you're looking for fruit, which sounds innocent enough. But everyone knows the market's fruit vendor is something of a romantic middleman, half trader, half matchmaker, fully nosy. He's old, round, and always knows more than he lets on, and his fruit baskets are arranged with unnerving precision, apples polished to mirror shine, plums stacked in flirtatious pyramids, pears with curves too strategic to be accidental. You approach. Back again, he says, not looking up. You pretend to inspect the apricots. Looking for anything in particular? He adds, voice laced with dry amusement. You say, something sweet. He nods, slowly. Subtle today, are we? You don't respond. Just offer 2 coins and a small smile. He hands you a woven basket containing 3 figs, 1 dark plum, and, hidden beneath, a folded cloth napkin you didn't pay for. You don't open it. Not yet. Instead, you make your way past the stalls to the narrow lane that runs beside the baker's. The sun slants there just so, and the scent of bread makes everything feel more possible. And then you see them, not in the lane, but by the well, speaking with the apothecary's niece, laughing politely, basket swinging gently at their side. They don't see you. Or maybe they do, and choose not to. You pause, watch. Wait. They finish their conversation and begin walking toward the lane. You slip just out of sight. And when they turn the corner, you're already seated on the bench. You hold up the plum like an offering. They raise an eyebrow, pause, and then sit. You both eat in silence. The fruit is ripe, soft. 1 bite, and it almost slips from your fingers. You glance sideways. They're not eating theirs yet, just holding it. Finally, they speak. You left something at the garden yesterday. You turn to them, feigning confusion. A smile, they say, deadpan. You roll your eyes. How long have you been saving that? They shrug. Long enough. You reach into your basket and retrieve the folded cloth the fruit vendor snuck in. You open it. Inside, a sprig of rosemary tied with black thread, and a cherry, slightly bruised, nestled in a twist of wool. You both stare at it. That's a message. You say. They nod. What kind of message? You answer without thinking. One that says, I'm trying to act casual, but I spent 15 minutes arranging this. They burst out laughing. You do too. And for a moment, it's just that. Laughter in the shade. Fruit in your hands. Time folded like the cloth between you. Quirky market custom. In some medieval towns, fruit exchanges were deeply coded. Cherries meant longing. Plums meant patience. A bruised apple implied regret. And figs? Well, figs meant you were serious. Historians still debate how intentional this symbolism was, or whether it simply emerged from habit and local superstition. But folklore is stubborn, and sometimes meaning is layered into life whether you plant it there or not. They take the cherry. You let them. You don't ask what it means. You don't need to, because the bruised skin still holds sweetness inside. And that's enough. You sit for a while longer, eating the rest of the fruit, sharing sips of cider from your flask, letting your elbows bump on purpose, and then pretending they didn't. And when they stand to leave, they don't say goodbye. They just tuck the cherry stem into their sleeve, like a promise made sideways. The bell rings before sunrise. Not the village bell. This one is smaller, higher, and much more judgmental. It hangs near the chapel door and signals the start of a pilgrimage, or at least the attempt of one. You didn't come to walk. Not officially. But you are here. Hood drawn, satchel packed, and a flask of water strapped to your belt like you know what you're doing. They're here too. You spot them near the edge of the group, adjusting the strap of their pack, head bowed. They glance up and catch your eye, not with surprise, but with that same soft recognition you've come to expect. You offer a half smile. They don't return it, exactly, but they don't look away either. The priest says a few words, something about St. Leonard, the blessings of movement, the importance of clean thoughts and comfortable shoes. The group murmurs assent, and the gate opens. You begin walking. Historians agree that medieval pilgrimages were as much social events as spiritual ones. Sure, they were wrapped in piety and carried the weight of penance and blessing. But everyone knew they were also a chance to talk, to walk, to stand close to someone you shouldn't be standing close to for very long distances. You and they end up near the middle of the group, trailing behind an old miller who breathes like he's hauling barrels with every step. Behind you, two nuns whisper about blisters. It's a slow pace. Perfect. You fall into rhythm easily, not side by side, close, but staggered. Enough room for conversation, enough space for silence. Neither of you speaks. The road winds gently between fields, waking from frost. Birds make small, annoyed noises in the hedgerows. Someone ahead sings a hymn with exactly zero pitch awareness. You both pretend not to hear it. Then they say, quietly, "You're not here for the relic, are you?" You glance at them. "And you are?" They shrug. "I hear St. Leonard helps with prisoners." You raise an eyebrow. "Anyone keeping you captive?" They smile, but don't answer. Quirky tradition. On medieval pilgrimages, lovers sometimes tied ribbons or cords around their wrists, matching tokens meant to be hidden beneath sleeves. If one was untied before the journey ended, it meant the feelings had shifted. If both were still knotted at the shrine, something was understood. Not official, but understood. You don't have a ribbon, neither do they. But you do have the cherry stem from yesterday, still tucked into your pouch. You twist it in your fingers as you walk. They notice. You don't say anything about it. After an hour, the road narrows, and the two of you are pressed closer together. Your steps in sync now, your shoulders almost brushing with every curve of the path. The others chatter ahead. You both stay quiet. Then they say, "There's a spring ahead, with a stone shaped like a heart." You nod. "How many people do you think will touch it by accident?" "At least 3, they reply. 4, if the priest stops talking." You both chuckle. And then the spring appears. It's not large, just a trickle over mossy stone. But yes, there's the heart, worn by centuries of hands. It sits like an invitation beside the road. You pause. They don't touch it. You do. Just your fingertips. Brief, like permission. You glance back. They're already walking. You catch up. You both walk in silence again. The rhythm softer now, looser, like the road has widened, even if it hasn't. Historians still argue whether these so-called romantic pilgrimages were accidental or intentional. Some claim young people used them to escape supervision, to travel with plausible holiness. Others insist love bloomed only along the edges of such trips, like weeds beneath the wagon ruts. Either way, it worked. You stop at midday to eat. Hard bread, soft cheese, dried fruit that looks suspiciously like it's been carried through 3 seasons. They share their water. You share your pear. The same terrible pair. You both chew in silence, pretending it's better this time. It isn't. Later, as you pass beneath a row of leaning willows, they ask, "Will you keep walking tomorrow?" You answer with a shrug. "Depends on the company." They smile, quietly, deeply, and say, "Then I hope you pack enough pears." You laugh. At dusk, the group makes camp in a field near a crumbling wayside cross. People settle. Fires are lit. Someone starts a hymn again, slightly more in tune this time. You and they sit beneath a crooked tree. They lean back, eyes closed. You lean forward, elbows on knees, watching the firelight flicker across their face. You don't speak. You don't need to. Because this isn't a confession. It's a pilgrimage. And every step says exactly what words cannot. You wake with your face pressed into your forearm and the faint imprint of tree bark along your cheek. The sky above is the gray blue of early morning, quiet and patient. Around you, the camp stirs in soft rustlings, blankets being folded, pots being scraped, and someone quietly singing a hymn about patience and sore knees. You sit up slowly. Your back aches. Your shoulder has decided to revolt, and your satchel is now mysteriously damp. Still, your eyes drift to the far side of camp, automatically, instinctively. They're already awake, not looking at you, but there. They're helping a merchant repack his cart, lifting bundles of cloth with both hands, sleeves pushed up, hair caught in the breeze. You smile before you realize you're doing it. You busy yourself with bread and cider, yesterday's crust, today's breakfast. The fire's gone out. The coals glow faintly, too tired to pretend they're useful. As the group gathers again for the road, you take your place, not beside them, not directly behind, but just close enough. Enough to hear if they speak, enough to catch a glance, if it's given. The road today winds past open fields, stone walls, and a small forest where the trees still hold the hush of early spring. You pass a patch of primroses, their yellow petals bright against the dead grass. Someone calls out that St. Agnes favored them. No one listens. Eventually, the road bends into a clearing, and the group slows. There's a fork in the path here, left to the shrine, right to a small chapel on the hill, rarely used. You pretend to study the way marker. So do they. You both choose the right-hand path? Of course you do. Historians agree that dancing in medieval times was more than entertainment. It was communication, ritual, and the closest thing to touch two people might ever share. Dances were public, structured, and deliberately slow, full of turns, bows, and patterns that spoke louder than conversation. And yet, somehow, nothing was said. The chapel is empty when you arrive. A small stone building with a crooked door and a single stained glass panel showing St. Luke with a very judgmental lamb. The floor is cold. The air smells like dust and time. You don't go in. You circle to the side, where the ground flattens into a soft patch of grass. There's enough space here, just enough. They stand across from you. Neither of you speaks. But the space between you changes, becomes deliberate. You take a step forward. They match it. You raise one hand. They raise theirs. And without music, without rhythm, without even breath, you begin to move, slowly, stiffly. Not a dance, not at first. Just a gesture, a turn, a breath, a hand that moves slightly forward, not to touch, but to suggest the idea of touch. Your feet shift in time. You take another step. They turn, arms looping gracefully to the side. It's clumsy and soft and almost ridiculous, but it's a dance. Yours. Quirky custom. In some villages, lovers created shadow dances, rehearsed in private, mimicking the formal courtly patterns, but slower, gentler, meant to be shared far from the eyes of family or church. A curl of the hand might mean, I missed you. A pause in the turn might mean, I'm still afraid. A retreat before the final bow might mean, don't leave yet. You circle once, then again. Your eyes never fully meeting, but never quite straying either. And then, because it feels like the right ending, you bow your head. They curtsy, small and laughing. And that's when the wind shifts. They step closer. This time, no dance, just presence, standing still, breathing the same patch of air. Why here? They ask, voice barely above a whisper. You answer with a shrug, because no one's watching. They smile, then reach into their sleeve and pull out something small, a folded square of linen, pale green, stitched with 3 black dots near one corner. You've seen it before. In the garden, tucked into their basket. They press it into your palm. Still, no touch. Just contact. You close your fingers over it. They turn, walking slowly back toward the chapel door. But they pause once, glance over their shoulder, and you both smile. Not because anything is finished, but because something is finally understood. The walk home is quieter. Not because you're avoiding them, but because quiet now feels full, not empty. Every shared step, every glance that doesn't need to be held, every bump of the shoulder that's not quite accidental. It all adds up to something that feels like speaking in a different language, one with no vowels, one only you two understand. By the time you reach the village gate, the group has thinned out. Some peel away toward the mill road, others to the southern cottages. You don't say anything to the ones who nod their goodbyes. You barely notice them. Your eyes are on the path ahead. They fall into step beside you. Not in front, not behind, beside. You cross into the market square just as the last stall is being packed away. The baker's boy waves lazily. A goat tied near the fountain sneezes dramatically. You glance at the church tower. It's already casting long shadows. Evening's coming on. You both pause at the crossroads again, but this time, they don't turn toward their cottage. They linger, and finally, they speak. My aunt asked if I was seeing anyone. You laugh. What did you say? They pause. That I hadn't said anything to anyone. A beat. You ask. Would you like to? They glance at the square. Not yet. You nod. Me neither. And that's where the real conversation begins. Later that week, you find yourself embroidering. Yes, you. The thread is uneven. The stitches questionable. But the shape is simple. A tiny fox, head tilted, tail curved, stitched in russet brown into the corner of a handkerchief. You tell yourself it's practice. You tell yourself it's a useful skill. You do not tell yourself you're making a gift, but you are. Historians agree that embroidery in the medieval world was rarely just decorative. It was communicative, coded. A stitched border could say, I miss you. A hidden motif might mean, don't forget me. An unfinished corner might whisper, this is only the beginning. You carry the cloth with you to the well the next day. Pretend to draw water. Pretend you're there for the moss. They arrive, basket in hand, sleeves rolled up. You pretend not to see them. They pretend not to see you. Then, after what feels like a very long time, they sit on the stone ledge beside you and hum. Just a little tune from the spring festival. You remember it, the one the fiddler mangled, the one that made you laugh. You take the cloth from your satchel, not dramatically, not shyly, just enough for them to see it. You offer it. They take it, look, then smile. What is it? They ask. You shrug. A fox. Probably. They nod, tracing the stitches with their finger. It looks like you. You cough. Rude. They laugh and tuck the handkerchief into their belt. Not hidden, worn, quirky detail. Some women stitched emotional borders into their clothing. Rows of repeated symbols like arrows, stars, or knots meant to express longing, protection, or even warnings. Entire stories could be told in the trim of a sleeve. A girl in Kent was once buried in a tunic, embroidered with a single word. Wait. That night, they come to your door with a bundle of wool scraps and a needle in hand. They don't ask. You make tea. They sit by the fire and begin to sew. Not well, but purposefully. You don't talk. You just stitch side by side. Their elbow bumps yours once, then again. Then it stays there. Historians still debate whether shared crafting was genuinely intimate or simply a necessity of poor lighting and proximity. You suspect it's both. There's something undeniably gentle about working on something with someone without needing to narrate every moment. Later, they stand, stretch, and shake loose threads from their lap. Can I leave this here? They ask. You nod. They tuck the scrap into your palm. A square of fabric with a messy star stitched right in the center. You look up. They smile. Then they lean forward and press a kiss onto your cheek. Not a stolen kiss. Not a performance. Just the quiet punctuation at the end of a very long sentence. And then they go. No more embroidery tonight. Just a thimble's weight of joy. And a star in your hand that's not quite straight, but absolutely perfect. The rain comes without warning. You're halfway across the green when it starts. Soft at first, just a whisper on the thatch and leaves. Then heavier, like someone up there tipped a bucket in slow motion. The sky turns from cloudy to committed in a matter of minutes. You run for the nearest cover, a lean-to behind the candlemaker's shed, and duck beneath the sloping roof. A second later, footsteps splash through the mud behind you. Of course it's them. You both arrive breathless, half laughing, half cursing the sky. Their cloak is soaked. Yours is worse. The candlemaker's cat hisses at both of you from a dry barrel, and then promptly leaves. You look at each other and burst out laughing again. Real, ridiculous laughter that echoes off the wood like a drum roll for something neither of you quite wants to name. They lean against the post beside you, water dripping from the tip of their nose. You say, "Well, this is romantic." They grin. If wet feet are your idea of courtship, I've misjudged everything. You nudge their shoulder. They nudge back. You both fall quiet. Outside, the rain continues, steady now, like it's decided this is a proper storm. Thank you very much. The square empties. One cart rolls past, its driver muttering about cabbages and divine punishment. You shift your weight closer. They don't move away. There's barely room under the roof, and your sleeves brush every time you breathe. You can smell their hair. Something herbal. Something woodsy. Or maybe that's just the damp wool talking. Quirky superstition. In some villages, rain during a flirtation was considered an omen. If you shared shelter and didn't quarrel, your match was blessed. If the roof leaked and you laughed, better still. If lightning struck the cart of someone you disliked, well, some things didn't need interpretation. They reach into their satchel and pull something out. A small candle, hand-dipped, slightly bent. They hold it out. For the storm, they say. You accept it like it's a relic. Is this your version of a love letter? You ask. They consider. It doesn't melt as fast. You grin. You're improving. They take the candle back. Light it. You blink. You carry flint? They shrug. I carry hope. The tiny flame flickers between you. Its glow catching the raindrops that dangle from the roof's edge like beads. The warmth doesn't reach your hands, but it's enough to make you feel like this space, this accidental shelter, is sacred. Historians still argue whether romantic symbolism in common objects, like candles, was part of actual peasant culture or just post-medieval storytelling. But love has always been good at finding meaning in the smallest things. They set the candle between you on a dry stone. You both stare at it for a while. You say, "We should probably go." They nod. Eventually. But neither of you moves. Instead, they reach into their pocket again and pull out something small. A carved button. Wood. Polished smooth. A fox, like your embroidery, etched with quick strokes. You take it. They don't say what it means. You don't ask. But you hold it like it matters. Outside, the rain starts to slow. The world smells like wet soil, smoke, and sap. Somewhere in the distance, a bell chimes. Perhaps matins. Perhaps just someone ringing for soup. They tuck the unlit end of the candle into your pocket. You say, "Now we've officially exchanged tokens." They smile. No going back. You both emerge from the lean-to slowly, blinking into the new light. The rain has paused. The square is shiny with puddles and possibility. You walk together, still close, still not speaking much, but the air between you now holds warmth. Not from the candle, not from the storm, from the fact that in a world where nothing is promised, not sunshine, not harvests, not even time, you have a flame that wasn't supposed to last, and somehow it still burns. The days begin to stretch now, quietly. You notice it in small ways. The chickens wake earlier. The sky forgets to darken until well past supper. The bread rises faster, and so does the pull between you and them, though you'd never call it that aloud. Not yet. Today is market day again, but no errands await you. No eggs to trade, no turnips to regret. You go anyway, because they'll be there. You stroll past the stalls with practiced aimlessness. The fruit vendor winks as you pass. The baker's daughter whispers something to her friend, and they both giggle. Someone somewhere is tuning a lute badly. And then, just past the spice cart, you see them, not with their usual basket, but with a knife. They're helping slice bread at the public table. Thick loaves of brown barley bread for sharing, spread with goat cheese and herbs. Their sleeves are rolled to the elbows, and their hands move with the kind of calm that comes from knowing exactly what you're doing and who you're doing it for. You wander over. You say nothing. They don't look up, but they pass you the next slice. You take it. It's warm, fresh. They murmur, "Careful. It bites." You raise an eyebrow. "The bread?" They smirk. "The cheese." You take a bite. It does bite. And now you're smiling with your mouth full of goat cheese and no regrets. Historians agree that food sharing was one of the earliest forms of flirtation, especially among villagers with few coins and fewer moments alone. A shared crust meant trust. A meal meant intent. A bite meant, well, it meant you were watching their mouth while they chewed, which you are. A little. They offer you a second slice. You break it in half. Offer one back. They pause, then take it. You both chew in silence. Quirky tradition. In parts of medieval England and France, lovers exchanged knives instead of rings. Not the fancy kind, just everyday blades. The logic was sharp and simple. What I give you can harm you, but I trust you not to use it that way. You glance at their knife. They see you seeing it. Without a word, they wipe it on a cloth and hand it over. Handle first, you hold it carefully. It's nothing special, just a small, well-worn blade with a notch near the base. But the weight in your hand is steady, intentional. You look at them. They don't speak, but they wait. You nod. Slide the knife into your belt. Their eyes flick downward, just briefly, to watch where it rests. Then, satisfied, they return to slicing. You don't need more bread, but you stay. Cut a few loaves. Offer a few slices. Pretend that this shared rhythm of blade and bread is just helping out. It isn't. Eventually, the table empties. The loaves are gone. The cheese is a memory. The knife is still in your belt. They wipe their hands on their apron. Step closer. Say quietly, "You've got flour on your nose." You do. They reach up, brush it away with their thumb. Their hand lingers. So does yours. And then you lean forward. Not for a kiss, but for breath. Just to feel what it would be like to close the gap. You don't. Not yet. But the space between you hums like a string pulled taut. Historians still argue whether knife exchanges were true tokens of love or just practical swaps. But one thing is certain. No one gives someone else a blade unless they're very sure it won't be thrown back. You walk away eventually, both of you going different directions, but the knife stays at your side, warm from their hand, sharp in all the right ways. And somehow, in this medieval village of gossip, mud, and too many onions, you feel safer than you have in months. The next time you see them, it's near midnight. You weren't expecting to. You were walking, well, pacing, really, outside the chapel after a restless evening. The moon high and full, casting long shadows between the graves and the hedgerows. A faint mist curls at your feet, like it's forgotten how to rise. You tell yourself you're out for air. You know better. You spot them at once, sitting on the low stone wall near the church porch. Their cloak wrapped tightly, hands folded, hair glinting like dark ribbon under the moonlight. They don't look surprised to see you, just amused, like they were expecting you not to come, and were ready to forgive you anyway. You walk over without a word and sit beside them. Neither of you speaks. Not for a while. There's something about midnight that makes words feel heavier. Or maybe lighter. You're not sure. The village is asleep. The bells are silent. Even the wind has taken the night off. They glance sideways. Couldn't sleep? You shake your head. They nod. Me neither. Historians agree that late-night meetings in sacred spaces were complicated, technically frowned upon, technically frequent. Church porches were used for blessings, business deals, even marriages. But after dark, they became something else entirely, a liminal space, quiet and half-sanctioned, a place for the in-between. You rest your elbows on your knees. I thought about knocking. They smirk. You'd wake the priest? I'd blame the geese. That's fair. Silence again. You hear your heart in your ears. You ask, finally, are you afraid? They look at you, not sharply, just directly. Of what? You don't know. You don't say it. They breathe in slowly. Yes, but not of this. They reach into their sleeve and pull out something tiny, a scrap of cloth, folded tight. They hand it over. You open it. Inside, a single dried violet, pressed flat, edges browned slightly, wrapped in thread. The same flower from the monastery garden, now preserved. You swallow. You don't ask what it means. You already know. You slip it into your pouch with the cherry stem and the ribbon, your private archive of quiet declarations. You reach into your tunic and retrieve the wooden button. The fox, still warm from your chest, you press it into their palm. They smile, close their fingers around it like a prayer. Quirky tradition. In several medieval communities, young people who wanted to signal unofficial devotion would exchange keepsakes threefold: one personal, one shared, and one hidden. A flower, a carving, a letter never sent. It was said that if all three remained through winter, the bond would hold through anything. They lean back now, staring up at the stars. There's something nice, they say, about knowing someone is awake at the same time as you. You nod. I think that's half of love. They add. You say, what's the other half? They turn toward you, not needing to ask. And just like that, you're both quiet again. The stone beneath you is cold. The night air curls around your ankles. But between you, the warmth holds. They rest their head against your shoulder. You let them. You let your head rest against theirs. The chapel looms behind you. Old, quiet, full of stories. This moment joins them. Historians still argue whether love in medieval villages could ever truly be private, whether anything soft could grow in soil so crowded with tradition, superstition, and survival. But the records always miss something. The pause before a touch, the space between breaths, the silent yes of two people choosing each other, night after night, without fanfare. Eventually, they sigh. We should go. You nod, but neither of you moves. You both stay. Not to delay, just to be. In the quiet, in the hush, in the soft stretch of the in-between. And for once, there's nothing left to say. The next morning, the sky is unusually clear. No fog, no drizzle, no mysterious goose noises. Just sunlight filtering through the cottage shutters and the sound of distant hammering. Someone fixing a wheel, or building a new fence post, or preparing for a wedding that might or might not be yours one day. You move slowly through your morning routine. Wash your face in a cold basin. Run your fingers over the embroidery tucked in the corner of your cloak. Check the small box beneath your cot, where you've started storing tokens. Quiet things with loud meanings. The cherry stem, the star-threaded patch, the folded violet, the wooden fox button, the candle stub, and one last thing. A ribbon, not new, not clean, but unmistakably theirs. You tie it around the handle of your basket. No one will notice. But if they do, they'll pretend they didn't. That's how the village works. Later, you pass them in the square. You don't speak. You don't stop. But your hands brush. Just once. Enough. Today is washing day, which means the riverbank will be full of linens, laughter, complaints, and accidental flirtations tangled up in soap bubbles. You find your place along the grassy edge, spread out your cloth, and begin. They arrive a few minutes later, not beside you, but close enough that when you wring out your tunic and snap it gently in the air, the droplets land in their direction. They glance up, raise an eyebrow, you shrug. They retaliate. A flick of water with one hand. Not violent, just precise. A duel begins. Your sheets snap. Their scarf whips. Soap suds fly. An older woman near you scolds something about wasting clean water, but her eyes twinkle. The fight ends in a draw, and, in silence, later, as you both lay your cloths out to dry, you notice their scarf is tied differently today, looped through the handle of their basket in the same way your ribbon now sits. Your eyes meet, that's all. No grand declarations, no fire-lit oaths. Just a loop of fabric and a glance. Quirky tradition. In some rural villages, couples would exchange the final ribbon before harvest season began, often during washing days, where laundry lines became accidental confessionals. The ribbon didn't need to be bright or beautiful. It just had to be visible. A sign that something unspoken was now known. Historians still argue whether the ribbon meant promise, permission, or simply affection. But the fact remains. Once tied in plain sight, it stayed tied. Through storms, through hunger, through frost. You carry your basket home in one hand. The ribbon flutters slightly in the breeze. You don't bother to tuck it in. Let them see. Let them know. Later that night, after the hearth is banked and the bread is cooling, you sit by the window and stitch a single line of thread into your sleeve cuff. A small running pattern. Not a name. Not a symbol. Just a rhythm only you two would recognize. And when the moon rises, you pull out the final square of cloth, the one you've saved. You stitch the violet into it. Not perfectly, but carefully. And now the box is full. Not with things, with time, with waiting, with moments that didn't need noise to become real. You place it back beneath your cot. Sigh once, and let your shoulders relax for the first time all week. You don't know what happens next, but they'll be there. So will you, and that's enough. And now, as the candles dim and the shutters creak gently in the evening breeze, you lie back beneath your rough-spun blanket and let the hush settle in. The village outside fades into stillness. No more carts, no more bells, not even footsteps on the stone. Just the low flicker of the hearth and the distant sound of an owl calling once into the dark. You think of the river, of the first glance across the table, of the handkerchief dropped, and the fox-shaped button you can still feel the weight of in your pocket, of the words you never said and never needed to, of the final ribbon, still fluttering quietly beside your bed. Your body sinks gently into the mattress of straw and linen, aches softening, thoughts slowing. You hear their voice, not a word, just the shape of it. You remember the weight of their shoulder against yours, the curve of a smile shared without a witness. Everything that mattered was quiet. Everything that grew was slow. And now, finally, your breath slows, too. You drift gently, not into dreams, but into the space that comes just before, where no one watches, no one waits, just you, and a memory folded like linen, soft and kept close. Let it hold you now. Let it last. Good night.